You just can't live in a world of thinking about other people's opinion. Who am I to just sit there and argue back and forth about that? Like, that's me. I gotta recognize, I gotta recognize that and get back down. That's just building on experience. It's building on time. I look at those moments, okay, like, you got me. You gonna give me now. Because I know in the future, all these are building blocks. These are all lessons I'm definitely putting in my bag and gonna grow from.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, breaking down another Browns loss. 2 games to go. That puts them to 3-12. That's not great. They didn't play that bad. That opened courtesy of the University Hospitals Cleveland Browns Radio Network and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, producing for us today as well. Make sure to hit that like button on the old 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, our video, and of course, make sure to subscribe. We've got Meredith Kane in the 2020s today. Big week, because it's Christmas week, right? We're coming off Hanukkah as well, for those of you that celebrate that. So we are in the holiday spirit. I'm feeling festive, JP.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Hello.
I do not feel like today is a typical Misery Monday.
No, it doesn't feel that way. No, it doesn't feel like a Victory Monday either.
No, well, I don't know. I'm somewhere in between.
No, it definitely doesn't feel like a Victory Monday.
In fairness, I did just have a succulent burger. One of my first, the fruit to bear on the old burger bets. With Coach Lance Reisland.
That was a great burger.
If you'd like to see the video, it is up at Nick Wilson Says, at 92.3 The Fan, all these things on Twitter. You'll find it. But the point is, it was a succulent burger.
Good.
And honestly, guys, can we just be honest? The Browns played better than we thought they were going to play yesterday.
They did play better than we thought they were going to play. It feels like it's already been a frustrating morning of watching all sorts of people just try to throw Shador Sanders down and bring in all sorts of different equations while, I don't know, just ignoring the idea that they watched the game. It bothers them to me. I don't know. I get angry about it.
I thought yesterday was more frustrating as a Browns fan before the game than it was the actual game itself.
Well, before, that was the other thing. It was a weird day because we were talking, I did the pregame with Coach, and we were just talking about the reports and everything. It took us until about 2.5 hours into that pregame show before we even mentioned Shador Sanders' name, which is not typical at all, but also the idea that we were just in so many other directions than what the actual game is itself.
I'm not going to be fan shame guy. I'm not. But I would like to point out there were far too many people completely okay, and not completely, rooting for the Browns to lose yesterday. Guys, I can't do this, and I don't know how you can either. To me, rooting to lose for draft position in a draft where nobody's sure if any one of these quarterbacks is even on the level of the guys we want them to be, a la a Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Like, could they be as good as Cam Ward? Dream bigger. But the point is, like, I think it's Brandon Little, one of the great Browns analysts around town, had talked about all the things you were hoping for. You want the Raiders to win. You want the Titans to win. You want the Giants to win. This, that, and the other. And I remember just thinking, like, I just want the Browns to win. Like, when did that become a hot take, that wanting your team to win at any point in the year is somehow you're not being a good fan?
It is fun to watch the other teams, though, and be like, the Titans really are going to, the Chiefs aren't going to score double digits at all in this game.
I don't care. I like that part of it. When it comes to draft position, I just do not give a rip.
You let the chips fall where they fall at the end of the day?
Yeah, like this idea that tanking is good and that we should be rooting against our team if you're a real fan. No, to hell with that. If you're a real fan, you're rooting for the Browns to win yesterday. And I'll be honest with you, I looked at that game. I was a little frustrated they didn't win because I thought it was winnable.
Yeah.
But I didn't come away from that game scorched earth. I came away thinking you were 10.5-point dogs at home against a team that was playing for something. It's not like the Bills are the 1 seed by a mile. They're the 6 seed right now. Oh, and by the way, New England won as well. So New England keeps their spot for the AFC East, which right now would make them a 2 seed. So, like, the Bills are playing for something. And that's the other thing. The Bills sleptwalked through this game. The Bills were trying to win the game.
No, they came out guns blazing. First 3 drives, they scored touchdowns.
I don't know, man. I was proud of the effort that team gave yesterday because it was antithetical to the Bears game. It was. The Bears game, they looked flat. They looked like their minds were on Cabo, and they put a positive in the column yesterday. And by the way, I thought Shador battled yesterday.
Shador did battle yesterday.
Like, it's just weird. It's just, I don't know. I just think anyone who came away from that game thinking Shador was awful, I think we need to revisit a lot of the December quarterback play we've seen from the losing Cleveland Browns, because he gave you a chance to win yesterday. You didn't win.
Basically, after the Quinshawn injury, it is basically a whole line of backup players. I mean, like the whole everything. And not only just between the offensive line, but also then you have a backup running back. You have, does Jerry Jeudy even count as a number one at this point? Doesn't seem like it to me. Doesn't seem like you can even find him. You have the worst pass catching core in the entire NFL. You have backup offensive linemen across the board, and it's a December game against a team where you're 10.5-point underdogs. Like that game, to be competitive in the fourth quarter in many ways was a win. But again, people don't want to look at it that way, and I'm not going to tell people how to look at it because it is what it is.
I will. No, I think we need to have some perspective on this. I think we need to think about how games in December traditionally go, how the Bears game went a week ago. Friday, what did I say? I want to see this team be competitive. I want to see enough guys still playing for something.
Well, it definitely felt, by the way, like Kevin Stefanski wanted that win.
Yes.
I know in the past few weeks we've, I don't know, accused him is the right term, but wondered aloud whether or not this was Stefanski just kind of mailing it in and wanting to go to a different team. When you get Shador to basically not throw the ball deep at all and make that your game plan, it was a real game plan. You might have hated the game plan. I did. I hated the game plan. I get you want to take the free meals, as Coach Riz calls them. Throw the ball deep. Let's see what you can do. But that was Stefanski's way of trying to get them in a close game, in a competitive game, and they were moving the offense for a little bit. There were stretches where the offense looked alive.
So I will give Kevin Stefanski the credit.
He didn't lay down and die.
For keeping the team in it.
It was a real game plan.
Yeah, those guys were playing yesterday. I hated the game plan. And listen, I don't mind it for most of the time. At some point, if you'd like to win that game,
that's like his bread and butter. You got to kind of
put him on the table.
No, but that's his bread and butter game plan. That's why I think today he came out and spoke so glowingly of Shador, is because Shador basically followed the instructions and didn't ask him, and basically did what Stefanski had asked him to do the entire time. He turned him into Dylan Gabriel in many respects, and that's not a compliment in any sort of way. I didn't know that Shador could be talked into having that happen, and he did.
I think Shador fans feel like their quarterback got neutered a little bit yesterday. I'm with you there. At the same point, I do think people are missing the number one thing why yesterday was a positive for Shador and the Browns is if Kevin Stefanski's still here, that's what he's going to want Shador to do. Shador proved he could do that. That, in no small measure, that is impressive. What's the thing they said? You know what? You can make the big plays, but he can't take the easy plays, the free lunches, as Coach Reisland would say. And again, Coach, thank you for my free lunch today. I really enjoyed that burger bet. We should do it again, but not right now. But at the same point, like, Shador did prove something yesterday, even though they didn't get the win.
Yeah, if I was Shador, I would have gone against the rules. I would have made the bet that Stefanski won't be here at the end of the season, and just hope that that's the reality, because that wasn't great in many respects for what Shador is trying to do as far as proving to the rest of the NFL that he can play in this game.
Well, no. I think that is, though. I think him being a check down Charlie yesterday, I think the rest of the NFL wants to see that from him. I think coaches want to see.
I just don't need a whole game of it. I really don't. I sat there and I'm like, well, I understand defensively what they were trying to do and limiting everything. You're in the NFL. Offense can beat defense. Make plays happen. Hated. I didn't like that at all.
No, I would agree. But I think if Shador's out to prove to the entirety of the NFL, like, do I think he probably endeared himself to Stefanski a little bit because he ran his boring ass offense?
That's why Stefanski spoke as glowingly today about him as we've ever heard him.
But it's not just Stefanski. There are coaches out there that have said Shador can't do that part of the game. That's why he can't be my starter. So you did put that tape out there for the rest of the NFL as well.
I wondered this entire time if this stretch here was just all about Shador basically trying to prove what the doubters are saying about him and rewrite it and like do so with the limited opportunities that he's been given. Like, I don't think it's an accident that most people, the most positive thing you can say about Shador right now is that he throws a deep ball. When the deep ball was the one thing coming out of the draft that people said he couldn't do, and he made sure to make that the point of emphasis for the first 3-4 weeks that he had an opportunity to showcase that he could do that. I don't think that's an accident. And so maybe this is just him, again, checking off boxes, and he hoped by the end of the season he's checked off enough boxes. But ultimately, it did nothing for me. It didn't satisfy me in any sort of way.
Yeah, but think about it. It's not about satisfying you. You already bought in on him. There are people that said you can't play within the offense. They can't say that. Like we've now moved. I see it on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat already. Oh, she's stacking up the losses. Great analysis, bro. Yeah, because that's why they lost. It wasn't the defense made James Cook look like Jim Brown circa 1962. No. Yeah, no, by the way, the defense was putrid yesterday. I know they put it together in the second half, but the point is that's why they lost. My point is, like, Shador did to one of the biggest things people would use to discredit him. For one game only, he did that. So again, I hated it. You hated it.
I hated it.
But he did have to prove that to everybody in the NFL.
I know, but the thing I liked about it was that you could tell Stefanski was doing it. That was a classic Stefanski game, and this is why I think his brain is broke right now from an offensive standpoint. He thinks that's the best way to win a game. And I just disagree. I think when you're going up against Josh Allen and Cook and all these other guys, I just don't think that's the best way to win a game. But they looked lively at the end. That's all that mattered to them. They looked like they were competitive at the end. That's all that mattered to them. I think he was trying so hard to make sure that it wasn't a blowout again, like last week, that this is what he came up with. And so from that perspective, they executed it, but it's not a way to do anything long term.
216-474-0092. What grade does Shador get for Sunday's game against the Bills? This is, if you're hypercritical of Shador today, or if you're hypercritical of the Browns or hypercritical of Stefanski today, I tend to think, I know this is the kind of game that I know nobody wants to do this because we all like to just be fire Stefanski, Shador is or isn't the guy. I think yesterday was a good day for the Browns. As much as it stunk to lose, I did want to win that game. I think it was a good day for the Cleveland Browns. We got quick hits coming up at 3:20 today. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider at 3:40. We'll get to his thoughts on Shador's recent play. We'll get to his thoughts on the value of getting a number 3 pick or a top 3 pick. Nathan Segura, Browns analyst at 5. Obviously, Nathan not just in the booth with Andrew Siciliano each week, but a big film guy himself will get his take on Shador. Where does this offense go without Quinshon Judkins? And then Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock today. I will say that was the thing that was the one part of it that was really hard to take yesterday was Quinshon's injury.
Yeah.
You just root for full recovery for that kid because he really did a lot of really special things, and I hope he gets the opportunity next year to be 100% healthy and show everybody how really good he can be behind a decent offensive line.
Yeah, he just needs a better offensive line. Like he didn't have much of a chance. It is one thing though, and Coach, by the way, it's like the 7th Coach Riz shout out, but you buy his burgers, you get a lot of shout outs, I guess.
True.
Coach Riz has been harping on this for weeks. The idea that his playing style leads to injuries. Like in particular, his playing style not great when it comes to that part of the game, and there we have it. That was crushing.
Eric on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying B+, Jim saying C, Devrion saying B. What grade does Shador Sanders get for Sunday's loss to the Bills? And the future with Shador in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
a hand injury. Tip-off for Cavs and Hornets is at 7 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
Short gun has the ball, back to throw, pats the ball knocked up into the air and intercepted by Jordan Poyer. Quinshon could not hang on, and the former Brown, who was here for 4 years, Jordan Poyer, comes away with the pick, and he's tackled at the Buffalo 40.
That is that call courtesy of Andrew Siciliano and the University Hospital's Cleveland Browns radio network. I will tell you, it was the biggest issue I had with Shador yesterday. Because it was just a bad throw. He loaded up for like a 9-yard throw, and granted, I think the angle caused as much as any, but he clearly threw the hell out of a ball that he could have just kind of given him one.
Yeah.
And that was really the biggest problem I had with Shador's performance was that interception. I thought the next one that was tipped, I kind of thought that was on the offensive lineman.
Oh, it's funny. I've had a different take on this than I feel like most people. Everyone's kind of given, they've put it on Shador, and I just feel like with Quinshon in that play, you got to make that catch. I get you're a running back, and I get you're running. It's not something you're typically asked to do, but people act like it was like a big reach back in order to try to get it hit him. It hit him right here.
Yeah, it hit him on the back shoulder.
It hit him right here. Like
you
can
can easily
catch that. That's not.
If
is it the world's greatest ball? No, but also is that the type of ball that ball should be caught?
I don't know. I can go that far.
That ball should be caught.
I don't know. I like, but again, if that's the worst interception I have on you, something that if it had been a different angle, would have just hit, like basically bopped down to your feet. I think we're fine. Like, I think the thing, like when people just put up the box score of Shador, like there was the third quarter interception with the Titans, where if he doesn't have those two touchdown drives at the end of that. We probably have to come in and have a real conversation about what a bad pick that is. Then what? There was one other bad pick the next week. Every other pick that I can remember with Shador has been a pretty understandable pick.
Yeah, even the third one in the Chicago game, Coach today was like, yeah, that's not anything you can put on Shador. Like, there's a lot of people that have kind of accepted that. By the way, for the EPA riders out there, we got to come up with a fun term for these EPA guys that think that this is.
I know you want to say something with riders.
Well, it's all these like these people that just think it's a catch-all stat while not really understanding what the stat actually is, and also then when I present the numbers the way that I present it, just want to refute it and act as if that's not something, because they don't know the stat. They just think it's replaced passer rating and QBR as a catch-all stat while not really understanding what goes into the whole entire stat. But we'll let the record show Shador did have a better day than Josh Allen yesterday, according to EPA. We'll just let that show.
Now, do we get to give him that credit, or do we also have to find a different way to discredit it?
I don't know. They'll probably discredit it in some sort of Josh Allen way, but we'll just put that out there. And in fact, if you want to really take a deep dive into it, he's had a better EPA than 2 out of the last 3 quarterbacks he's played in Cam Ward and Josh Allen. But again, I'm not here to go ahead and do that because that's just going to make it seem one way or another.
I think with where we are in the season, I think the bar needs to be lower. Like Jim on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel was saying, hey, it's another loss. I don't care. I don't put the losses on Shador. I really don't. Like, yes, he had what I would say is a bad interception to Quinshon, but you were in it. You're in it. And again, what I think is really important is he played the game Stefanski wanted him to play. I disagree with that. I need, I'm cool with doing what you did yesterday, the check down Charlie stuff, for a fair amount of the game. I need at least a shot downfield every quarter.
Well, and so this is the other part of this that I feel like not enough people are bringing up, and I feel like is worthy of attention right now. I bet Shador was getting ready. They were setting a lot of things up in the first half for the second half, and once enough the defense was going to respect the idea that Shador was going to go to the checkdowns and he was going to be able to take the simple pass, because I think that part of what they were betting was that he wouldn't do that. And so once he proved in the first half he would do that, if not for the pinky injury, I think the second half does look a lot different. And I know, I got mad at the broadcast, like J.J. Watt, first off, do you even know the rules of the game you're watching? How many different plays did J.J. Watt just get fundamentally wrong? They had to come out of breaks and be like, I guess I was just wrong about what happened with Josh Allen and the ball over the line. I guess this is not the rules of the NFL. Like, you broadcast the games, understand what the rules are. But on top of it, the idea that Shador In this entire stretch, I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way a little bit what I'm going for here.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got one of those EPA Richard Ryders, I think.
We got to come up with a nickname for him.
I like Richard Ryders.
Oh, no, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. The point was that J.J. Watt came out and diminished the idea that having a pinky injury would add. His pinky looks like a roast beef sandwich.
Yeah.
He's like, no, that one, that's nothing. That doesn't do anything. It's skin to ball contact. That should matter a little bit, but he'll be fine. And it's like, no, that probably mattered a great deal. I bet the big picture, I bet they were setting up for a big second half to have him actually unload the ball.
Dave, fighting back, though, the EPA, Richard Ryder, saying Josh Allen did not throw 2 INTs, and the Bills won. Guys.
I can't argue. Again, everyone decided.
Everybody said it was going to be a blowout.
And everyone decided already that we can't argue with EPA numbers, right? And so if the EPA gave Shador a better game than Josh Allen did, that's irrefutable, right? Isn't that the point?
I believe so.
Isn't that kind of what everyone decided?
I thought it was irrefutable.
With the Shador discussion, that that's EPA. No one can argue that at all. No one can use their eyes and look and tell you anything that happened outside of, what the EPA number says. So here we are. EPA said he was better than Josh Allen. Here we go.
I think we're to the point.
If you can't understand the dripping sarcasm there, I can't help you.
Yeah, I got it.
I know you did
a very good
every
job.
now and then, I feel like my sarcasm just misses.
That's most of my life, yeah.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
There are people out there. I used to not think this, because as a kid, everyone in my life was very sarcastic. So everything I said that was sarcastic, it hits. But as I've met more and more people in life, I'm like, oh, there are people that just take every word you say as serious.
Well,
I'm not a very serious human in that regard.
Depending on how sarcastic you are, if you're also really good at just selling it, there's always, with me, there's always I can see somebody watching to see if I'm going to break, because I'm clear, they're I think he's being sarcastic, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
That ends up being one of life's little victories. That's fun.
Okay.
Then you're I like that they're walking away being I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not. That's pretty funny to me.
I guess so.
You got to find victories in the small things.
You do have to
here.
find victories.
But no, I would put Shador's performance at a C+, B-. He's not why they lost. Why they lost was the defense did not show up in the first half, and in fairness, the defense did show up in the second. I don't think you really did a nice job against Josh Allen. You just gave up too much. It was predictable what they were going to do with James Cook, and what was it? 9 carries, 100 yards in the first half. That's the difference.
Yeah, James Cook has been the best part of the Bills all year long, and they let him cook. Exactly right, and he was able to do James Cook things, which is, again, it's fun. It's not the end of the world to have that type of game. It was interesting in the fourth quarter against a really, I'm going to call him a decent team, not a good team in the Bills. That's not the end of the world. It's just, it's tough. The whole conversation's tough.
What grade does Shador get for Sunday? Chris in Cleveland, what you got, buddy?
What's going on? Afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
Doing all right, buddy.
Good. I gave him a overall a B. But considering his line and the personnel that he had, he was playing against a team that was trying to make the playoffs. I think he did an A in that regard. So that's just what I feel like. He was responsible for over 200 yards of offense. The guys he was playing with, really didn't do well. And here's another thing, my question, we only lost the game. We missed about that missed field goal would have tied the game. Mm-hmm. And that whole first half, how the defense was playing is one of the reasons that we lost. And here's my last thing. Mason Graham, he wasn't there. He was a missed object in the whole first half. But when he got in the second half, was able to stop the run. I don't know why the personnel question of not having him in on the first half. They said it was rib issues, but put some sauce on them ribs and get out there and play. I don't know why he wasn't out there. So that's just my thoughts. I think we could have won that game against a team that was hungry to make the playoffs, and we missed it. But I think Shador did well.
Chris, I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I do think, we can get into the conversation later about whether it's too hard to evaluate Shador. Mm-hmm. I'm not really looking at numbers for a rookie. I'm not really looking at wins and losses. I'm looking at, are you seeing continued development with Shador Sanders? And there is no way. Again, I hated the game plan. I hated the game plan because it felt like Kevin Stefanski neutering Shador the same way he did to certainly Joe Flacco, but probably even Dylan Gabriel. But like Shador's pocket presence in this game was 10 times what it was in the Bears game. So like that is a win. Honestly, I thought Shador early in the game looked really comfortable and got into rhythm.
He didn't have
These
a
are
sack.
wins.
He didn't have a sack until the fourth quarter.
So, like, I understand that we'd love, he had a 300-yard day, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, you won by 30 points. Well, then you should have started him in October. You should have started him when this team had a healthier roster and maybe more of a fight and more of a belief in winning.
Yeah, and that's an important part that we're going to have to keep going back to, this idea that, this roster is just not set up or conducive for anybody to even look half as decent as Shador is looking in these games.
And I understand that if you say nice things about Shador or you just don't run him down or talk poorly about his father or talk poorly about Boog or somebody else, that you're supposedly a supporter. I keep watching this young man play quarterback, and I go, there's something there. I want to see it. I want to see it when there's more around him.
Right, that's exactly right. I want to see it when you have an actual chance.
Like, I was probably about, now again, different belief points. I started thinking Dylan Gabriel was a scrub of a quarterback. Have to admit that out loud. But I kept looking when Dylan was starting. All right, did you make the play? Did you do this? Did you do something that I didn't think you could do? And the reality is I never saw it with Dylan, and I got really impatient because it was like, what was frustrating to me is Dylan looked exactly like I thought he would, whether he played for the first time as a 10-year vet or a rookie. That's who I thought he was on the far extreme bad side of things. When it came to Shador, I keep seeing like, oh, well, that's why I want to see him. Oh, well, that's why I want to see him. And oh, hell, if you put an offensive line around him or give him a true number one wide receiver, like the idea that we are in with 2 games to go, this is what? Start 5 for Shador? And I have a curiosity about watching him play. Guys, that's not typical. Like when you play rookies that aren't first-round rookies this late in the season, and he's the 3rd quarterback off the board, and you're losing a bunch of games, and there's a lot of things there. I do not recall. I literally cannot recall.
And you're not just saying this because it's your fun line to say when you don't actually want to say something.
I do not recall a time where whether you think he's a 2nd-round talent or you want to call him a 5th-rounder, where that kid's played as a rookie, and I keep going, okay, what else you got? Like this is. I think my point is, I think there are a lot of people that want to write this off as, well, it's just a lost Brown season and you're playing a rookie and blah, blah, blah. Guys, I think there's something there. And I think you just have to open your eyes a little bit and stop being an EPA Richard Ryder or...
we got to come up with a good name for this.
I like Richard Ryder because it's...
We'll workshop it a little bit. But the point is that how many people in that Josh Allen draft did after the fact we all sit around and say, well, you know what, it wouldn't have mattered if Josh Allen got drafted by the Browns anyway, because he wouldn't have had the 2 years to try to figure out if he could become Josh Allen, try to actually grow some of the traits that you saw within Josh Allen and watch him get better. It's why I believe for years it didn't matter if you took Josh Allen that year, and I think a lot of Browns fans agree with that assessment. We have a guy right now that's showing a lot. He's showing a lot on the field each and every week, and if you toss him aside and you say, I just want to go for like the worst case scenarios, if they do something like Tua that we'll talk about later on, but like that'll drive me up the wall. But like if you throw him aside for anything that isn't a number 1 overall, number 2 overall pick, and it's because you think Mendoza or Moore are just the guy you cannot live without, well, then you deserve everything that comes your way.
It's a conversation. If you had said 5 weeks ago, all right, you're going to see enough that it's at least a conversation. Do you rock with Shador? Do you try and trade up? Because right now that's what you need to do for one of these quarterbacks. That being a conversation is a real win for the Browns.
Yeah, and by the way, I won't, if the Browns turn around and say Dante Moore's our guy at number 2 or Fernando Mendoza's our guy at number 1 and we're going to trade up to do it, I'm not at the spot where Shador's done enough where I get to kill him for it. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not. But the idea that you do any other option outside of we can't pass on this guy because he's Joe Burrow, then it's unacceptable to me.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Martez in Florida. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, guys. How are you guys today?
Doing pretty well, buddy. Thank you so much. What you got for us?
Well, I'm with Peterlin on this one. I didn't like the way that Shador played. Now, I know Stefanski thought that was the greatest thing in the world. I mean, his face was just bright And the remarks about Shador was more glowing than I've ever seen this entire season. But I didn't like it. But I also, paid attention to a lot of the packages that the Bills were running. They were playing a lot of deep coverage packages. So I think their game plan was to not allow Sanders to make those deep, explosive plays and just kind of begging him to take a lot of the underneath stuff. And I hate it, too, because there was one play, I think, in the first quarter where there was somebody on the go route, and Sanders would have normally threw that ball. But I also think Shador is conflicted, because if he makes one of those tight window NFL throws, the guys aren't talented enough to pull it in. So if something goes wrong in this interception, they're going to say, see, he shouldn't have threw that ball. Or when he threw the ball to Jerry Jeudy, now you have some people who are saying, hey, see, that was a terrible throw. But when you're throwing to guys like Travis Hunter and guys that can pull those great plays down, those 50-50 balls, those are the plays that make you look excellent as an NFL quarterback. And I just don't think he has the guys around him to do it. And another thing, guys, and I appreciate everything you guys talk about. I love the show.
Thank you, bud.
When you look at Jackson Dart, he threw for 30 yards, I think total, maybe 32 yards, something like that. And, when you look at the struggles Cam Ward is having, these guys are top picks. No one is saying that he sucks. No one is saying he's not the guy. I think the Browns our fans are the only persons that believe you got to show unequivocally you're the guy. It doesn't work that way, guys. I don't understand that, but I hope Shador is just trying to get check marks on the box, like you guys stated, so he can just kind of prove everyone wrong that I can do everything. But I really hope that they don't coach out what makes the kid great.
Yeah.
And thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Martez. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, so there's two things.
Yeah.
One, I think if there's I think it would be very normal for any rookie quarterback to have a lot going on in their head, because there's a lot of information you're getting every single week.
We wondered that about Dylan even. At parts of games, does his brain have too much stuff that Stefanski was throwing at him?
And I think it's common, think back to Baker and all the things he was trying to process for the first time in real time. I think that's more about just accepting new coaching and having somebody other than your dad or Pat Shurmur be your coach than it is on just not trusting the guys. Here's the thing, guys, Shador's serviceable. He's been serviceable. That's as much as you could expect, given the whole chronology of what's happened since he was here.
He's not losing you games.
I know that this is tough to accept because we want, there's a franchise quarterback, open shot, we're good. I get it. I really do. Serviceable is a real win for the Browns with Shador, considering everything that's happened and how the developmental opportunities came about and when they were and where they were. This idea that we had somebody on the YouTube chat being like, if his name was John Roberts, it's like, guys, I honestly saw Deion as a detractor. I don't love the Deion part of this. The Shador part of it has been really, really positive. And the kid's been serviceable, and I can only imagine a full year in an offense, a full off season, and better pieces around him. I wonder how much better than serviceable he can be.
No doubt about it. And that's worth the look, and that's worth keeping this thing going. But again, if they turn around and say Dante Moore is Joe Burrow and we have to take it, I'm not going to kill him for that either.
216-474-0092. Are you more or less open for Shador as the quarterback in 2026 after the latest game there? And two moments stood out from Shador's press conference after the game. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during afternoon drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Ross Tucker joining us in 1 hour's time. We'll ask him about Shador Sanders' play. We'll also ask him about the Browns and how much competitiveness matters there. Ross usually joins us Wednesdays at 4 o'clock, but it is Christmas week, so we bumped him up today to 3:40. We've got quick hits coming up at 3:20 in a pretty crazy weekend in college football, the NFL. Cavs still stink, by the way, so there's that as well. But there were two noticeable and noteworthy things that happened in Shador's post game yesterday. And the first one, I think, is the one that got more attention, and it was Shador's answer on a question about the 4th and 2 play call.
Right decision, go for it on 4th and 2.
I know you can't be asking me that question, man. Come on, man. We can't see that's like the thing. Like, if we want to change the narrative, change the franchise, if we want to like help, we got to speak life. You can't. Those type of things is like separate us. Like a lot of the players like get these type of questions, and then we want to be working with y'all. We want to be proactive, but like when you ask questions or when questions are asked to us players, and it's like you pinning stuff against each other, it's like, come on now. It's like a thing in the locker room. Like, you know, we're not gonna be able to talk to them for real. We're not gonna be able to give them what they need, like, because that separates the team. That don't help anything. It don't help anything in any situation, no matter how you answer it.
So there's been a few different ways this has been picked apart. And the first one is the idea that there's some validity to what Shador's saying about the question being asked. I've seen that question being asked in every market, in every which way, on winning teams, on losing teams. The question is not the issue. Right. And I think it was very convenient that people acted like this was a gotcha moment when it was just a pretty normal question that you would get in a post-game setting.
Yeah, he asked him about a play in the game. It's not like there's nothing polarizing attached to that. And it was a critical part of the game. You're not doing your job if you don't ask him about the 4th and 2 on your own 42-yard line.
Now, when it comes to the Shador side, Shador, they're not trying to divide you. They're just trying to, but I understand why he's saying what he's saying.
Well, he knows anything that is looking like you are questioning Stefanski in any sort of way, for Shador in particular, goes off guns a-blazing.
I don't think it was a coincidence that we heard Miles have some specific kind of reaction to a question. Like, I do think...
Oh, and we've heard Jerry Jeudy a few weeks back, by the way. Like, I think, if anything, this might be their new rallying cry. And
that's exactly what I was going to say.
If they have to use the media as the rallying cry, okay, fine. I don't mind that in the slightest bit. If it's the team against the big bad media, at least it's not the team against itself.
Yeah, so it's funny. Like, this is one of the... Everybody seems to have taken a side against somebody, either the reporter that asked the question or Shador and the way he answered it. And the truth is, I have no problem with the way, like, I want the quarterback to say something. I get really bored, and not really bored. I don't think it gives you any insight into how people think if they come out there and go, well, that's, it's beyond my pay grade, or whatever cliche you could use. So I also am not going to hammer Shador for just giving us insight into maybe how they're thinking, because it's like, oh, okay, maybe this is their rallying cry.
Well, he is extra sensitive to trying to make sure that he doesn't say anything in regards to Stefanski, because I think he knows how that's going to go. A few weeks back, he had the press conference. He did a very similar move than this one, where he basically highlighted like the idea of like, I can't answer that. I'm not going to say anything bad about Stefanski. I don't want to. Let's keep this thing moving, essentially. And so I think he looks at this as, I think he looks at it like a trap almost, but that was not a trap. That was just a genuine question about a play in the game.
So there was another moment, and this is actually, so I heard about this, and then I did talk to a few people that were there and that were not a fan of the way this went down. So the first question of Shador's press conference was not asked by a traditional media member like somebody who's in the scrum every single day, and it was not actually asked about the game itself. And then Shador, you're going to hear how this kind of plays out. Shador had to have the young man repeat the question.
So Shador, man, from HBCU to Power 5 now to the NFL, right? What has been the most helpful time during this NFL process? What has been most helpful to you during that process?
1 second. It's late to the party, you know. You guys your question again.
All right, so basically, the question appeared to be a plant that they're going to use for some Shador media thing because Shador had to ask the guy to repeat his question because Shador's camera team hadn't gotten there.
I don't know. I got to find out who this guy is. I need more. I need
his
more
name
intel.
Is Jim.
You don't know his name is Jim. You don't know who is this guy.
Mike.
It could be like a HBCU student reporter, and he wanted to make sure that his moment got captured because they're gonna. I don't know.
It's the first question of the press conference after a game.
Who is this guy?
It's the first question of the press conference after the game.
Okay.
You don't plant questions. The first question after a game.
Well, the Browns credentialed whoever this is, so they know who this guy is. Who is this guy?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Jim. But the point is, there's a way to do this.
Also, the Browns PR person is the person that gives the right to who gets to ask the first question. So if anything, this falls on the Browns PR person if you're worried about the first question.
I think the idea that this was set up and that it wasn't the rest of the Browns beat couldn't just get the questions they needed to get answers for out. I think that's where it's a bad look.
The weird part is him being like, hold on, we didn't get that recorded. Because these things are all recorded.
Yes.
Like the Browns.com has they have all the videos up there, they're all on YouTube. Like this would have gotten recorded whether it was Shador's people or not. That's the part that I think is a little weird, that he had to make sure his people got in there to record it. Clearly we're missing a lot of info in this story though.
I think we're missing one piece of info.
Who's the guy?
Who's the reporter? I think we have enough of it to go.
Because it does change it. If this is Shador's friend, then all right, maybe not great.
So we think somebody's just asking him a question for any other reason? I think it's the fact that you planted this as the first question.
Well, again,
I don't think it's a great look. I don't think it's a bad
who the first
look,
question is. That's
we
not
don't
him.
know that.
Yes, we do. Browns PR chooses who gets the questions.
Do I hear Peter saying you down front?
That's how that always works.
And not in every single one. There are times where the whoever is being interviewed does.
No. We've both been in a million of these. How this works is you start it off. It's not just the first person to speak.
Not everyone works the exact same. Not everyone works the same way.
Are we missing more information then?
I think there's a wild defense of something that looks. There's just kind of a goofy look from Shador.
I just think it's weird to point it out. Is what I think. Because I think we're missing information.
So okay, we miss information on everything all the time. None of us ever get 100% of information. For instance, we're going to talk about Kevin Stefanski today.
Again, that's why I'm just not co-signing it. Like, you can give your take on it whatever way you want to give it. I don't think, without knowing who the reporter is,
I haven't been able to get my take out because every time I get into it, we get into who's Jim.
Or we'll give your take then.
I think I've tried to about 3 times now.
Well, give it then.
Well, okay, it's a weird look from Shador. The first question to this press conference shouldn't be about anything other than what happened in the Bills and Browns game. And quite frankly, this should happen at the end of the press conference after all the working press and the beat reporters who cover this team every day have gotten all the questions they need answered.
And I agree with the concept that this should have been last, if anything. This should not have been first. But again, we don't know who gave him the first question. And again, historically, that's up to the PR guy. And also, I don't know who this guy is.
It's Jim.
You keep saying Jim. We don't know who this guy is. I don't know. I mean, it's something you're hot on. I just don't care about.
216-474-0092. Are fans back to fire everyone? A few reports say the Browns might not be there with you. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. John Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ross Tucker coming up in 40 minutes. Quick Hits coming up in 20 minutes. Nick and JP with you back. What normally is a Browns Misery Monday. I don't have a lot of misery from yesterday. I thought Shador was serviceable. I thought the Browns defense has really continued their backward schneid, which is okay because I think it's injury related, not maybe regression to the mean related. And overall, like the thing that I think if you have any reason to feel down about today, it's twofold. One, the Quinshon Judkins thing, cannot say it enough. Hated for that kid. Happy to hear that he's likely going to be ready for camp in the preseason. That feels good. Like, that feels like the kind of news you want.
Yeah.
But that was really the only part that was like a crushing blow yesterday. Everything else, it was like, now you're good, you're competitive. Now, the other thing is, though, JP.
Yeah, what's that?
The people reacting to the many reports from Rapp, from Pelissero, Mike Garafolo had something on this. I think somebody else had something on it as well from the National. The idea that the Browns haven't made their mind up on Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. That that like when a report is basically no news and it incites real rage, you know how people feel about where the situation is.
Well, I think it was interesting because it was odd. It felt like a lot of people now want to group Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski back together. And like the response out of that, like, had we not been talking about this for a while? Like, I thought everyone was on the same side of this, that they weren't going to be treated the same, they weren't going to be looked at the same, and Andrew Berry appeared to be safe even if Kevin Stefanski wasn't. And the response out of this was a lot of, wait a second, aren't they both the problem here? It was an interesting response.
Yeah, I also thought Chase Blackburn got fired by the Rams. He's their special teams coach.
That set off people as well.
Oh, man, did that set people off? Because they're 100% right. If you were trying to win, if you really cared about winning, and this is where is right at Kevin to me, if you really cared about winning, you would have had this situation, even though they made a really smart decision yesterday with a Buffalo kick returner, which was, we're going to thread the needle of trying not to kick it out of bounds, but also trying to make it so that this guy can't field a kick.
Yeah.
I like that. I thought that was pretty clever.
It was.
Good job out of you, Bubba.
Yeah, you did something. You did something right. But I think with Bubba Ventrone, I think Stefanski's just trying. I think Stefanski knows if he gets fired, but he fired Bubba 4 weeks prior, it just doesn't look good for Bubba getting another job.
I was
just a coach looking out for our coach.
I think Kevin knows.
McVay's got to actually do things.
And Kevin knows he can go at the end of the season saying, well, I gave him every opportunity. Got to fire Bubba. And you know what? Maybe we need to do X, Y, and Z as well. And that's going to be Kevin's plan to keep his job. Whereas I think Andrew Berry has been setting this all up to be like, I love him. I gave Kevin every opportunity to save his job. Mm-hmm. I think Andrew's going to give Kevin the treatment that Kevin's trying to give to Bubba Ventrone, keep him around long enough so he can be the fall guy for this disaster.
So an interesting twist within all this, though, was the idea that this actually gives more fire to these Stefanski supporters out there. The people that like Stefanski, instead of turning it into highlighting all the failures of Stefanski and highlighting what a bad job Stefanski has done and the lack of wins and everything, it's turned into a, wait a second. How come the architect of all this doesn't get any of the blame, but the guy trying to put out all these fires is the one that ends up getting canned? In a weird way, it almost makes Stefanski's time here not seem as bad because he's got somebody else that he could look at and say, wait, he didn't get fired and he's been worse than I have.
So we are going to play all the many bits of sound we have over the weekend on Stefanski's future and Barry's future, but first up, and we'll do it across the rest of the show, not all in one segment. But Ian Rappaport, here's him from the weekend on Stefanski's future, Barry's involvement in decisions on the NFL Network.
If he was available, would no doubt get plenty of interviews and would be among the top candidates out there. That said, the record is what it is, 6-25 over the last 2 years. Our understanding is that no decision has been made with Kevin Stefanski. Now, Paul DePodesta, who has run football for the last decade or so, he is now going to do the same, well, not football, but baseball for the Rockies. So Andrew Berry obviously is going to be very involved in this decision on where the Cleveland Browns go from here. Again, no firm word on where, but some change would make sense given how tough a season it has been. Obviously, we will update you when we know for sure which direction they're going.
So the continued inclusion, because even the written piece between Pelissero and Rapp was even worse. If he was available, he'd be a prime candidate. I am so sick of the Stefanski glaze. I am. Like 6 wins in 2 years. I really need the national media to stop, to basically be like, listen, we really like Kevin personally, but at some point we just have to call it like it is.
They're not going to do it. Yeah. His agent's already working. Like that's the thing. They're already pulling strings. It's not going to happen. But that's okay because we have our own brains. We'll be able to do this the way that we need to do this.
I kind of also wonder, circling back, I think it was the first time we got a comment on this was 5 weeks ago. My first take was 5 weeks ago, man, Kevin Stefanski's, agent, his PR team's working overtime. There is a part of me that we addressed it at the time. It's either Kevin Stefanski's team or it's the Browns trying to pitch a case why they shouldn't fire Stefanski because he'd be so. I think I have circled back to, are the Browns behind any of this as well?
What do you mean? And trying to make Stefanski
seem like a prime candidate elsewhere and basically play on everybody's fear of. Because there is this sentiment from fans.
How does it make him look better in the process?
There is this sentiment from fans. If Kevin goes to New York and gets the number 1 pick, he's going to be great elsewhere, and it'll be another thing we throw at the feet of the Cleveland Browns. I think if this was from the Browns, this would be the sentiment you're trying to play off of.
I'm not following. I'm confused as to how the Browns benefit in trying to make Stefanski look better.
Because he would be a prime candidate elsewhere, so he's still well thought of around the NFL. So basically, this speaks to anyone out there is concerned Kevin's going to go elsewhere and be a success, and the Browns are still going to stink. No,
because I think they look just as bad, if not worse, if all of a sudden he's some sort of coveted prospect across the NFL. If the Giants are knocking over and really, or even that Titans reporter we had on that says he wants to dance in the streets if they get Kevin Stefanski. I think if anything that just makes the Browns look bad if that's the case. But I also think it makes them look bad if he goes to a better spot like the Giants and actually succeeds. You don't want that if you're the Browns.
Do you also believe that no decision has been made yet?
So we had Mary Kay on yesterday, and Mary Kay was like, I don't know how anyone can even come to the conclusion that they've come up with any sort of decision on Stefanski because, if anybody would know, it'd be Mary Kay. She'd be the person that would know on this. I don't know how they haven't, though, Nick. I don't know how they haven't looked at what Stefanski has done and could think to themselves, what's changing in the next 2 games? What's changing in their mind over the next 2 weeks that would tell them that either they need to continue on, which either they've already decided that, or they need to cut ties, which they've either decided that as well.
You could win the next 2 games.
That won't change anything.
Maybe for them it will be. It wouldn't change it for you.
It shouldn't. If winning the next 2 games is all of a sudden some sort of spark plug that completely changes your mind on Stefanski, then I think you had the wrong read to begin with anyway. That should not be enough.
But this would be different.
A week 18 against the Bengals and then a week 17 against the Steelers?
But they're this is the time of year where coaches that have, let's say, been beaten down by the process or beaten down by losing, you wouldn't win those games. That would be like winning both of these next 2 games, and certainly being in it against the Bills will be another thing that's in your cap of you were really productive in the final 3 weeks. You were more productive than most coaches have been in this exact same scenario over the last 25 years.
Yeah, but you still won 6 games, and in this instance, then it'd be 8 games over the previous 2 years. For me, the hay's in the barn, and for the Browns, it should be as well. But again, if not, there's another scenario that exists out here where he is doing exactly what they've said, and this is their plan, and their plan the entire time was to present a winning team, or at least a perceived winning team, while in the process not winning many games at all in 2 years. There's a world that exists out there, very tiny percentage chance, but there's a world that exists out there where he's done exactly what they wanted him to do, and their decision would already have been he's moving forward next year. So you see how this, if you're getting in their brain, you can take this any way you want to take it.
Now, the third thing that got a lot of traction
shouldn't indicate that.
The third thing that got a lot of traction here was that Andrew Berry's very involved in the decision, which telegraphed to a lot of people, no matter whether Kevin's here or not, AB won't be.
Yeah, and It seems like Andrew Berry's been trying to separate himself from Stefanski for how long now? And it feels like
certainly since the trade deadline where he didn't have his press conference.
And so this kind of feels more like this is where this would come from Andrew Berry's side of things, almost to be like we want a clean break of the idea that people on the radio call us Bert and Ernie and say we're tied at the hip, and they've been working really hard at this, and I don't know, he's come close to accomplishing it. I just don't think the fans are buying into that. I think at the end of this, the fans are just they're gonna want them both together, and it's gonna be an all or nothing campaign.
And I think the response will be, we gave you your fall guy, and that's gonna be Kevin.
Yeah,
and again, because you and I both say, if they
Andrew
fired
Berry's got
Andrew,
the draft to at least fall back on for himself, which I can discredit, but he's going to fall back on.
But if they fired Andrew, you and I aren't going to be like, oh no, why?
Or even if they hadn't fired him on Wednesday of after the season, we won't be like, so what's going on with Andrew?
Yeah,
why haven't you gotten rid of Andrew yet? Well, we will do that with Stefanski.
Yeah, well, and I just think it's to a point where it's like, I also think there's the normalized thing we fall back on the NFL. Over here's the GM. He usually gets at least 2 head coaches. Head coach doesn't get 2 GMs. The head coach, if you're lucky, you get 5 years. Kevin's got 6. Bang biscuit. Move on then.
Good use of bang biscuit there. Stop. It's an interesting report because it doesn't really tell us anything crazy new, but it does have us thinking in a way that feels like right with what the Browns are going to do. And that's why I think it's so interesting. That's why I think it struck a nerve with people, is because I feel like that, them laying out the most likely option right now, that Berry keeps his job and Stefanski is fired but perceived to be all right in the coaching world and gets another job. If you made me bet what is the most likely to happen, I think most Browns fans would bet on that option as well.
If Berry stays but Stefanski goes, would you sign up for that? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
49ers at the Colts. At 10-4, San Francisco is in the NFC West race. The Colts at 8-6 are on the playoff bubble. Join me and Ross Tucker for the call of the 49ers at the Indianapolis Colts on Monday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ross Tucker joining us in about 20 minutes here on a Browns not-so-miserable Monday. Maybe it's just a holiday season. We had Christmas yesterday with Vanessa's family.
I think the holiday season is clouding your... Yeah, it might be.
Is it because you knew I was drunk yesterday?
No. By the way... I guess everyone just got hammered yesterday. Not myself, but like Jake came in talking about how in the bag he was yesterday. It's like, I guess yesterday was the day.
I was really sober until about 6 o'clock.
But why do we do this though? It's funny because
fun.
Well, that's part of it. But like, the idea. So I'm about as straight edge as life gets right now, and I hate it for myself.
You're basically CM Punk.
I hate it for myself. Is CM Punk just not doing anything?
He's literally straight edge.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like, it sucks, and so that's just my reality. And so Friday night, I'm like, all right, let's get a little wasted, right? But it's like, all right, we made the effort, we did it. Saturday, a little slouchy because of it, but whatever. But like, I got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to have accomplished all of these things that I need. Why did I choose the weekend prior to this? Same thing with you yesterday. It's like, why? Like we have 4 more days that we're gonna have to be off and do all this. Why do we? It's like we wanted to jumpstart the holiday. Is what I think what was going on here.
Well, so I didn't cook for Vanessa's family yesterday because everybody had they had all communicated what day it was going to be. They also put it during the Browns game, which I would have preferred it not to be. But so I didn't have anything to cook. I was in the other room.
The meal was during the game?
Yeah. It ended up timing up with halftime perfectly.
I was going to say, no wonder why you're so happy. You just got to eat during the game. I'm just going to hang out and just I don't know, just eat a bunch of food.
So it started relatively innocently enough where I just haven't had 7-7s forever. 1.5 7-7s, we're good, right? But then as the day went on, it was like, I think I'm just doing this. I think we're just doing this. We're doing it slowly and responsibly. And it really wasn't until like 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, I was like, you've overserved yourself, sir.
Okay.
Like when I started taking a nap on the couch at 8 o'clock, right before Sunday Night Football, I knew that maybe, just maybe, we had gone a little too far, and that's okay. Except today, it's been a little bit of a fight. We've been fighting through it.
Good for you. That's why I have to time it up with days I have off the next day because I am just so sluggish anytime I go over that limit.
So
incredibly sluggish.
Ross Tucker coming up in about 15 minutes, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Huge weekend in sports, but let me tell you.
Yeah.
I've become a slippers guy. I'm not going to apologize for this.
You don't have to apologize for anything.
My in-laws bought me these slippers for Christmas this year. And, I've had, I have a...
You got a robe, too?
I got a heel. No, but you give me a big enough robe.
I assumed you were, when you said you're a slippers guy, I assumed you already were a robe guy.
No, I've never been a robe guy.
I wanted to be a robe guy. I actually got a robe one Christmas, and then it lasted like... maybe 2-3 weeks. I
don't think you have the body for the robe.
I don't have it.
There's a Dionysian kind of thing. I'm a big fella. I need a robe. You're right. I need to be a robe
It wasn't enjoyable enough for me. I could see you sitting... Now you got to be a cigar guy, too, then.
Okay.
Robe, cigar guy. No one even thinks about the slippers if you got the robe and the cigar going. On your back patio, just kind of hanging out, letting the day take you away as you had to sip some more 7-7s.
Get a nice cross breeze. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Throwing the ball to Mongo to have Mongo fall down like he's drunk.
Yeah, but I'll be the drunk one. Wink, wink. I never thought I'd be this guy. And about 5 minutes into wearing these suckers around the house, I'm like, I think this is what I'm going to be doing now when I'm not in my shoes.
What kind of slippers are we talking about?
Good ones.
I don't know what that means.
What do you need, like brand, or talking about?
Are they furry? Is what I'm asking.
They are furry.
Well, Josh Hoover on our hands.
This
is how it starts.
We got some Chewbacca feet.
This is how it starts. This is how you're end up at a furry convention in 3 weeks.
But the key is it's all in the heel. It's very supported in the heel. It's really comfortable.
Yeah.
And when I take Mongo out at 5 o'clock in the morning and it's 30 degrees, I walk through the our sun porch. The Tootsies don't freeze.
I'm not team slipper, but I'm team comfort. So whatever makes you comfortable in life.
I think you're a good pair of slippers away from being team slippers.
After going for the robe, I can't go for anything like that for a while.
You just didn't pull it off.
I didn't use it. Honestly, I used it for 3 weeks and was just like, this isn't it.
I don't think you committed to the bit.
No, I didn't.
I think this one's to you, and that's okay. Life is about growth.
Just wasn't good enough for me, was all. Just wasn't good enough. DK Metcalf has punched a Lions fan. He grabbed this Lions fan, and the Lions fan has this blue wig on. He looks like a ridiculous human, and then DK pulls him down by the blue wig, and then he went to punch. He actually missed punching him. He missed like a straight dead-on contact, and watching the game was really funny because then you're watching as DK Metcalf is just... He goes from almost punching this guy to then just being on the sideline and then waiting. You can tell he's waiting for someone to come and remove him. No one does. He just plays the rest of the game as if nothing happened. What should the NFL's response to this be? Almost punching a fan.
Suspended for the rest of the season and postseason. Shouldn't play again. You cannot. Like, this is how things like it always happens in Detroit. But this is how stuff like the malice in the palace happens. You cannot have this. Because by the way, if it was a player, if it was a fan doing it to DK Metcalf, people would want that guy to never be able to attend a game ever again.
So the fan says all he did was use DK Metcalf's government name. He did the full, I don't even know how to say his whatever D and K stands for. He just said that, and then that was enough to set him off. DK is maintaining that this fan has harassed him in the past, in years prior when he was in Seattle. Same exact fan is what he says, and so it was finally time to basically give him a piece of his mind.
Yeah, DK, shut up. Yeah, maybe don't help yourself like this. Oh, I've been thinking about doing this for multiple years. That's called premeditation, buddy.
Well, I mean, it's
in a court of law, this makes you even guiltier.
That you actively thought on it for a whole year if this guy does this again? I don't know.
You agree, by the way?
Yeah, done. Yeah, done. You can't do this. And no. it has to matter that he even whiffed the same way as if he would have made great, I say great contact. That's not the right way to put that.
No, it would. Yeah,
if he would have landed the punch.
I was going to say he looked like Jake Paul.
I was thinking Jake Paul. Have you seen that photo? My goodness.
I got to be honest with you. Ecstasy. I'm sorry. I know they're Cleveland's own, kind of. Nothing. I've not enjoyed watching somebody get punched out like that in years. It really... It's like I did it. That's how good it was.
Did you see the video that was going around with Kay Adams and Michael Irvin and Brandon Marshall?
Yeah,
that was the funniest part of the whole fight for me.
She
looked like she wanted to be gone.
I felt so bad for Kay. Like that
was the point.
Those guys have to understand. That's like a 100-pound woman. Like, guys, chill. Just chill.
A lot of stars out there at that event.
A lot of stars.
Omaha!
And Jake Paul was seeing all of them.
Well, he had no chance in that fight. That wasn't even, you know what I mean? That's not, he was never going to win that fight.
I do like that people went from all these things are fixed and this isn't real to, Anthony Joshua just decided it was no longer fixed. I was like, okay, you can't have both of those. It's a real thing. He really got knocked out, or he was also part of the spectacle. Dante Moore threw for 300 yards and 4 tutties. Is Oregon advanced in the playoffs over James Madison? Emory Hunt, a football game plan, had high praise for the youngster after the win.
He's kind of like a more athletic version of C.J. Stroud. He is the best quarterback if he comes out in the draft class, in my opinion. And I think that's a decision he's going to have to mull over. Do you come out if you're going to be a top 5 pick? I would think so. Are you comfortable with making the same amount of money you're going to make high in the draft, going back and running it back next year with Oregon? I think if they run the table and win a national championship, we may have our answer.
Is the James Madison victory.
Hold on, you buried the lead. Emory's moved off of King.
Oh, Haynes King?
Haynes King.
Wait, was that why you took Haynes King a couple weeks ago?
It was all in jest, but yes, exactly. What do you mean? Was that why? As if that's a surprise? Yeah, Emory was on and said Haynes King is the best quarterback in the class. Was that not Emory Hunt?
Oh, by the way, that was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Sorry.
You're giving me a side look here.
No, Mac was trying to feed me the information, so I accredited the podcast. And so I was trying to figure out what he was saying while having a conversation with you.
Oh, yeah, radio guys, we're not TV guys. If you talk in our ear, it throws us way off.
Yeah. No. He was doing this. He was doing...
Oh, he didn't even talk in your ear. He's just saying, hey, just give this where it needs to go.
No, guys. It was me. It's a me.
You looked at me like I had a banana taped to my forehead there.
It's a hungover Nick.
I'm like, yeah, Emory Hunt. He was the guy that said Haynes King is the best quarterback in this class. And now a few weeks later, all of a sudden it's Dante Moore. So, okay, fine.
I think it's wild.
I both of them the quarterback Deadpool.
I think the overlap in people who said James Madison shouldn't be in the playoffs and who are now saying Dante Moore is the best quarterback in this draft class is alarming. The amount of people who thought James Madison should be in the Peach Hawaiian Bowl are now being like, you see what he did in the playoffs? It's like, guys, he did it against James Madison.
No, you're right. It doesn't. It's in my opinion, it doesn't count. James Madison doesn't count.
Omaha!
It was a banner weekend for people that were celebrating, for the brand snobs like myself.
Yeah.
It was a big weekend for us. We really, really got to celebrate that idea. All right, Ravens lose. And more importantly than our AFC North burger bet, in a game that Lamar Jackson had to leave, in a game that they were up by double digits with 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Drake May legitimately might be a star.
Yeah.
And the question of this is he moving toward an unlimited ceiling, though? That's how PFT phrased it. Unlimited ceiling for Drake May. Watching some of the passes, watching the idea that, first off, basically all they did was return a lot of the same receivers from last year and then added Stephon Diggs while dealing with a backup left tackle, backup right tackle. Like Drake May was absolutely dealing last night while overcoming a lot.
I kind of feel like Josh Allen versus Drake May is like a spy versus spy, except I think Drake is more accurate.
Well, so Josh Allen's better with his legs by a lot, but
But they're both just gunslingers, and it's fun to watch. Like I kind of hope we get New England versus Buffalo in the first round because I think that would be tremendous fun for a first-round matchup.
Oh, it'd be great fun. I don't know that Drake May is going to pull off everything this year, but the throws that he made was just dime after dime after dime. Like, and talk about putting the whole team on his shoulder. That was it. That's all you needed to see.
If you had to guess, one of the young quarterbacks looking to ascend in the playoffs this year, one guy, you put all your stocks on one guy to become a top 5 quarterback by the end of the playoff run. You putting it all on Drake?
It's got to be Drake, because one of my other quarterbacks in this option is
Justin
Bo
Herbert,
Nix, which is not going to happen. Herbert,
CJ Stroud.
Until Herbert plays good in a postseason game, I can't bet on Herbert. He had twice as many interceptions in the postseason game he played in last year than he did the whole regular season last year.
CJ Stroud?
No, I'm not in. I'm still selling my CJ Stroud stock.
Caleb?
I love Caleb.
That throw he made yesterday was stupid.
I mean, I love
the
Caleb.
one to DJ Moore. That was oh my God, I can't believe you made that throw.
What was cool about that, though, was that was just as much of DJ Moore doing the work than it was anything. It was a great throw, but DJ Moore was getting assaulted on that play.
Jordan Love?
Like he legitimately was blinded as he caught it. I'm not buying any more on Jordan Love. I like Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love is what Jordan Love is right now.
You don't love Jordan Love?
I don't love
you
Jordan.
Just like Jordan Love.
I'm falling in like with Jordan Love.
You're friend zoning Jordan Love.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Like if he was the quarterback that hit up my phone late at night, I'm saying, I'm sorry, I got better options here.
We should do.
I can do better.
A hackneyed radio bit called Friend Zone or End Zone.
Hey,
The bad thing is
Kay Adams is going to steal this.
You and I both like this.
Did you just become a producer for Kay Adams' show? I don't know.
Not since Sarah Spain took Radio Tinder have I been so mad at anyone on this planet. Ross Tucker joins us to talk Shadors, 5 starts and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
after Donovan Mitchell listed as probable. After being out with an illness, Sam Merrill also listed as probable after missing almost a month with a hand injury. Tip-off from Rocket Arena is at 7 o'clock. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, coming up at 5 o'clock today, as he does every single Browns Monday, be it victory or misery. And it is Christmas week here, so we have shuffled the lineup this week. Usually our guy joins us at 4 o'clock on Wednesdays today. He's hopping up to the 3:40 spot on a Monday to talk the latest with the Browns, the latest around the NFL. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross joining us now on the Fan Hotline. Ross, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to be on with you guys. I just got done my workout in a hotel room here in Indianapolis because I'm doing Niners Colts tonight for radio with Kevin Harlan. And there's like 5 people that were in the hotel gym, one of whom was Christian McCaffrey on the Peloton bike.
That's crazy.
I bet he was great at it. Was he great at it?
Like what an animal. Like an absolute animal. He's on pace for 418 touches, which nobody's going over 400 since he did it in 2019. And I just was looking at him. I went up to him. I'm like, yo, man, what you're doing this year is unbelievable. Because I didn't say this to him, but the crazy thing is he's definitely, like, lost half a step. You know, you guys played him a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
He's definitely not as explosive, you know, as he was a few years ago before these injuries. But I don't know, man. As a former player, that almost makes what he's doing this year more impressive. I mean, he's got over 1,700 yards. He's going to hit 1,000 probably rushing and receiving, and he's not what he used to be. I mean, that to me is insane that you can even stay in the NFL when you kind of lost a step or whatever, let alone carry the load like he has been. It's crazy. Anyway, I don't think I've ever seen that before. I just thought that was like a wild story.
We appreciate it. I do want to ask, because we were just talking about Drake May's come from behind win last night, and this seems to be with Mahomes out, potentially Lamar Jackson out. We know Joe Burrow's not going to be in the playoffs. This seems to be a great year for someone to level up. So of all the young quarterbacks, we're talking Drake May, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, of all the young quarterbacks that could level up to being a top 5 quarterback with a deep postseason run, who are you most confident can actually make that leap this year?
That's interesting to me that you put Herbert like as a young guy. You meant more just, you know, establish themselves as a top 5 guy when he hasn't before.
Yeah.
I think Drake May. Yeah, I think it's Drake May because there's a really good chance they're going to have 2 home playoff games. They might have the number 1 seed. I think he's been the most impressive guy out of the ones you named, and he's a lot younger. You know, that doesn't mean Jordan Love can't do it or Herbert can't do it, but they've had a lot of chances. I mean, this is actually May's, like, first chance, and he's kind of doing it. I did a couple Patriots games last year for TV, and they had the worst O-line in the league, and they had the worst receiving core. And he still impressed me every time I watched the Patriots play or called those games, which I think is probably what you're looking for. You think about all these teams, including the Browns, with young quarterbacks. I think you recognize the Browns' offensive line has not played well. Their receiving core is not good. But are you still impressed? Are you still impressed by what the young quarterback is doing? And I know everybody in Cleveland has their opinions, but I was impressed with what Drake May did last year, given the circumstances. So I'm not, overly shocked that he's been this good this year. And I think that there's a real – look, he's going to be at worst top 3 in the MVP voting, which would lead people to discuss him as being a top 5 quarterback already, almost no matter what he does in the postseason.
Yeah, he's great. And obviously, last night you saw him doing it without all the weapons at his disposal and down a backup left tackle, backup right tackle, all these other things. But, there was the idea that the Patriots and Elliott Wolf spent, $280 million in the offseason? They did spend a lot of money. And so that is part of that narrative. If people are expecting, let's say it is Shador, to go from this season to then next season and have some sort of, maybe not Drake May explosion, but really, really make some strides, it would come with the idea that you'd have to spend money now too. Do you feel like the Browns are in a spot where they would spend that type of money, or would you wait until you get a different quarterback in there, maybe when you draft, before then you spend the money?
Really good question. Really good question. And I guess my answer to that would be, you got to get better at a number of spots on offense as soon as possible. So whether you think that that's for Shador and next year, or you think it's a quarterback in 2027, there's no reason to wait. I mean, the time is now to try to get better, because it's not, Jonathan, I would say it's not just spend the money. The Patriots did spend a decent amount of money because they had by far the most, money to spend, but look what they did in the draft. I mean, they got a new left tackle in the draft. He's played pretty darn well. They got a new left guard in the draft. He's done a nice job. The center and right tackle are both guys that they went out and got, veterans. At receiver, they paid something for Stephon Diggs, but they didn't have to, pay a crazy amount for Diggs. They drafted Travion Henderson. They got Mac Hollins, who people weren't, knocking the door down for. So I think it's a mix like anything else. While they did spend a good amount of money, it's not like they went out and were getting necessarily, especially on the offensive side of the ball, these crazy high-priced guys. I mean, they did that more on defense with a Milton Williams, made him the highest-paid player in franchise history from Philadelphia. On offense, it was kind of more mixing and matching with the draft and with bringing in veterans, and it just works out really well when the quarterback turns out to be that good. I will say, I think Josh McDaniels, Northeast Ohio's own, has been very, very helpful for Drake May as well.
Ross, I thought Shador was serviceable yesterday. We can haggle over what word anyone would use, but over the final two games, and certainly this game, is serviceable enough from Shador if you're the Browns?
Let me ask you this, both of you guys. Scale 1 to 10. 10, he played amazing. 1, he played terrible. What would you say yesterday for Shador?
I think I said 5 or 6. I think I called it a C plus B minus game.
And I was thinking a 6, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys were on the same page or if Jonathan was just drinking more of the Shador Kool-Aid. That was what I wanted to establish first.
No, same spot.
I wanted to know.
Yeah.
What about overall? What about all of his starts? What number would you give him for the whole body of work so far?
Probably somewhere between a 5 or 6.
Yeah, I would think not to do it because it's a thing I don't like to do, but 6, 7, somewhere around there.
6, 7.
It's funny. In my head, well, first of all, two things. One is, we don't talk enough in life in general, but in particular in the NFL, about NBA, which is next best alternative. We want to just say, should it be Shador? Should it be somebody else? Who is the somebody else? What is the somebody else? I think that's a really, really important part of this, because I would say right now, I think I'd rather have Shador next year than drafting a rookie that's not named Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore. I'd probably rather go with Shador. Now, if I can get one of those two guys, that might be a little bit different in terms of the draft. I think there's something to be said for seeing what Shador could do with a full offseason, seeing what Shador could do with better people around him, and kind of backfilling that position with someone that's serviceable should Shador struggle and not be the guy. It's funny because my initial reaction would have been, I think you got to hit 7 to say, let's definitely go with Shador next year, if that makes sense. I think you guys and everybody listening need to say on a scale 1 to 10, I feel like Shador, I feel about a 7 about Shador right now. If everybody in Cleveland's hitting a 7, then I think you almost definitely give him next year. If you guys are 5 or 6, that's a little different.
Well, all right, maybe this applies to the next question then, because the NBA thing, the next best available, do you think that applies for Kevin Stefanski then as well, or is that a different conversation?
A little bit of a different conversation, because I do think that sometimes with coaches, it's just time. And sometimes with coaches, the message gets stale. I'm not saying either one of those are the case with Kevin, by the way. I'm just saying I don't necessarily put players and coaches in the same category. But I do think if you're going to move on from Stefanski, I would want to have a pretty good idea of who the 3 guys are that you really, really want, that you think are better than Stefanski, and through the pipeline, talking to their agents, feel very confident you can get them. Because I see this happen so often now. Penn State, might have gotten super fortunate to be able to get Matt Campbell late when they did. And he's a terrific coach, and it'll probably work out well for them. But it's pretty clear he wasn't even top 5, maybe even top 10 on their list, and that they were fortunate. What you don't want to do is get rid of a coach like Stefanski, and then, you're striking out, and you get a guy 7th or 8th. Because that, to me, that's due diligence. I know they don't want stuff to get out and blah, blah, blah. They should have, if you're Andrew Berry, if you're Jimmy Haslam, you should have a list of guys you'd really be interested in as your next head coach if you made a move. And then there are ways through back channels you can kind of get an idea. Hey, would he be interested in coming here? The problem is there's a lot involved in that. So let's say you're one of those coaches. What's the first question you're asking? Well, first of all, is Andrew still the GM? Because that's part of it, positive or negative. Some of them I think would love that. Maybe others wouldn't. And then you have to say, well, who's quarterback? And that conversation goes both ways. Do the Browns, do they want to hear the head coach candidate say, I think Shador's the guy and I can make him play really well? Or do they want the guy to come in and say, look, he is not the guy. I'm not taking this job unless, we all agree we're getting somebody else. I mean, that's the problem, is that there's some serious conversations to be had, because a guy like Ben Johnson, a guy like Vrabel, okay, who are going to have options like both of those guys did, they have the power. They have the leverage. Vrabel knew he wanted to go to somewhere where they had a quarterback like Drake May and a ton of cap space. Ben Johnson believed in Caleb Williams, knew they had that guy locked up, and knew that the Bears were going to commit to spending a bunch of money on the offensive line. I mean, there's just a lot. There's a lot that goes into it, and if you want to get one of the best candidates, you have to be willing to bend to what he wants more so than just what you want. Otherwise, you're going to have to accept whoever you get.
Ross, great stuff, buddy. Merry Christmas. Thanks for all you've done this football season, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Ross.
Likewise. My pleasure, guys. Later, dude.
Later, dudes. That Christian McCaffrey stuff is wild.
That he does a Peloton like the day of?
Just chill out, man. All right, save some cardio for the rest of us. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We'll react to what Ross had to say about Shador and your Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. 'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel, because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting for you in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play. So keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads to the Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special, 7 days of gifts, one big finale.
Shador staying and being the quarterback in 2026 as I've ever been.
A starting quarterback?
The starting quarterback in 2026. I think I'm more open to it than I've ever been.
You feel better about that after yesterday than you did before yesterday?
I don't feel worse. Why?
It was just such a blah, dink and dunk extravaganza.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I am fat. Like I had to breathe.
We don't talk enough in life in general, but in particular in the NFL, about NBA, which is next best alternative. You know, we want to just say, should it be Shador? Should it be somebody else? Who is the somebody else? I would say right now, I think I'd rather have Shador next year than drafting a rookie that's not named Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore. Now, if I can get one of those two guys, that might be a little bit different. I think there's something to be said for seeing what Shador could do with a full offseason, seeing what Shador could do with better people around him. I think you guys and everybody listening needs to say on a scale of 1 to 10, I feel like Shador, I feel about a 7 about Shador right now. If everybody in Cleveland's hitting a 7, then I think you almost definitely give him next year. If you guys are 5 or 6, that's a little different.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, giving you his take on where the Browns are with Shador. We do have Nathan Segura coming up in 1 hour's time. I think he sets the bar a little too high. I think 7, to me, like a 7 or 8 means you've been winning games and Shador's throwing for 300 yards a game. I don't know any rookie that we have that expectation for.
I mean, again, everyone's got their own curve on it, right? Like the Dave Portnoy pizza reviews taught me that because I was like, wait a second, an 8.1, that doesn't seem like a great score. 8.1's like all time for him. You know what I mean? So everyone's got their own little scores and how they deal with things. For you, a 7 or 8 might be in that category, whereas for me, for a 6 and a 7, somewhere in that stretch, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7. But yeah, so that's what makes that tough. That's why it's hard to do like a 1 to 10 ratio thing. But for Ross, if it's if he's a 7, if he's a 6, if he's whatever, has he shown you enough that you think next year? And here's a part where I agree with Ross in a way that I find nice because I'm not going to have any battles with him for the next 5 months when we discuss this. I'm in on Shador being the quarterback next year. If your other options are, let's say, Tua, literally anybody else, I'm not interested in, but I'm open to the idea that I will not kill them if it's Fernando Mendoza or it's Dante Moore, and they do the homework on it, and their conclusion is, we need to get this guy. And because of that, then okay, fine. I can live with that is the point here. I can live with that, but anything outside of it being Mendoza or Moore because they love that guy and have their socks blown off with that guy, it just won't make sense to me.
Every time I watch Shador, there's so many times, whether it was Dylan earlier this year or Deshaun Kaiser, or I'm trying to think of like Cody Kessler. There've been so many quarterbacks that I've watched and just thought, that's enough of that.
Yeah.
I just haven't. And I really do think, I think there is, if you're saying he needs to prove himself to definitively be the quarterback of the Browns, that's a disingenuous bar that you've set. And if anything, it proves to me that he cleared the most basic bar, which is continue to look like an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Like you got to factor in all the context. When he started playing, which was after Thanksgiving. Or actually, no, that's not fair. Mid-November. Okay. That's a tougher time of year to take over a team, especially when you weren't given the same, not sabotage, but when you weren't given the same developmental reps as Dylan Gabriel. So he's playing later in the season. The team got severely injured. 2, he is keeping you in these games. Like, it's weird. Like, I hated the game plan yesterday. I did. I think the whole point of Shador is he can make plays, and Kevin Stefanski has built this entire season on, well, last year will never happen again, and you just transmuted this whole thing into a worse offense than you had last year even. But I digress. He did what Kevin asked of him, and he played relatively well. Again, serviceable. Like, serviceable is the bar for where Shador is, because the context around him continues to get worse with each week. When you factor all that in, I don't know how you look at what he's done and go, the fact that I can still sit here and go, I'm really excited to see what he has against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then, hey, Cincinnati after this.
Well,
I think that's the answer right there.
The play does the talking, right? And his play has not taken him out of the conversations for next year. That was the goal if you're Shador. Because let's be honest, it is a insurmountable climb to be able to be ushered into that role as the third quarterback off the bench with no offensive line, with no wide receivers, with basically no semblance of an offense, and to be able to at least have Browns fans' ears perk up. Like, that's an impossible thing to have happen, and he's been able to pull that off. Now, yeah, over the next couple games, would I like to see him throw the ball down the field again? Yes, I would. Do I think the pinky injury had a big thing and a big deal and a big part of that? Yeah, I really do. At least I remember just telling myself, maybe I'm lying to myself about that, but I believe that was a part of it. And so I want to see more of them. I do. But also in that same breath, if they get down to first or second overall pick and they're like, we like Dante Moore more, okay, well, Shador, that part of the equation, you didn't 100% slam shut. And so, like, if that's what that is, that's what that is.
Yeah, and I think, like, the real victory here is at the end of the season, if it's still a conversation, if whether we say it's serviceable or you want to put it at a 5 or a 6, however you want to, like, Shador going from we're not going to play you this year to you're a serviceable NFL quarterback in 7 starts time, that you've moved multiple rungs here.
For sure.
Multiple levels that people said you wouldn't do. And I think that's important. And I think it's really interesting about that next available alternative. Or what was Ross's?
The NBA, the next
NBA.
best available.
So what's interesting is
patent pending Ross Tucker.
I was out on Stefanski the second that he said Dylan Gabriel was going to be a better quarterback than Shador, right? It was so off of what anyone thought. It's so off what I thought, what you thought.
Right.
And again, I wasn't the biggest Shador honk in the world, but Dylan Gabriel ain't it, and everybody knew it. I think it's going to be really interesting if you get the number 4 pick and everyone thinks Mendoza and Moore are going 1 and 2. And so you're really talking about Carnell Tate versus Tyson versus the right tackle from Utah. And you go to these coaching candidates and you go, who do you think's a better quarterback, Dylan Gabriel or Shador Sanders? Because to this moment, if you say Dylan, there will be no second interview for me. You can't. Like, we got people on the 92.3 The Fan chat, and there's no way. It's the old Gabriel Gobblers.
Dylan wouldn't win that battle.
Well, but no, it's the Gabriel Gobblers who didn't exist when he was playing.
Well, the battle wouldn't be between Dylan and Shador. The battle's between Shador and Deshaun.
Or Shador, Deshaun, and Kirk Cousins.
Well, and that could be another possibility too. But like that's honestly that's the battle. If we're just like talking truthfully about it, from what the Browns seem like they would do and what they would discuss, like that's going to end up being the battle. And we'll find out. By the way, we'll find out tomorrow if they're going to activate Deshaun or not. That'll be interesting to see if they just keep him out there and what they end up doing for practice wise and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, if you take a quarterback 1 or 2, okay, fine. That's you want to bet on that. You make your bet. I'll hold you to it the entire stretch of the way. I just think after 6-7 games, whatever this ends up being, I'm not doing it intentionally. It's just fallen in line so many times today.
It gets in your head, and then you just say it more than you normally would.
So many times today, an insane amount of times today. But ultimately, I mean, I want to see what Shador can do.
But like when I hear people say yesterday wasn't enough, it's like it's the number 1 pass defense. That team was playing for something. Your team's playing out the string. If serviceable, and that's what I thought Shador was yesterday, if that's not enough in Week 16 on a 3-11 team, soon to be 3-12 team, I have to wonder whether you've been genuine about your approach to Shador this entire time, or if you're still mad that these supporters get big mad at you online.
Well, so here's something I've been thinking about too, is the idea that when it comes to Andrew Berry, I'm convinced is just he's not a charlatan, but his whole job is to try to figure out how do I extend this as long as I possibly can. It's one of the grifts that GMs in professional sports consistently try to pull off, where you can end up being a GM for a decade while winning absolutely nothing, okay? What if Andrew Berry in this entire process thinks to himself, well, how do I extend my job even further? Well, if you want to extend your job as further and as long as you possibly can, you make Shador the starter next year, and then you make it where if Shador stinks, then you take a quarterback, and then that, by the way, resets the clock, or you just go out there and Shador saves your job and wins a bunch of games anyway, and then you're off to the races, and you're actually winning games with somebody you drafted. Like the win-win for Andrew Berry is outlined right there with Shador starting in 2026.
Well, fortunately for all the supporters, I think AB is a big reason why Shador's here. I think AB is a big believer of Shador.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to factor into the next head coaching job. That doesn't mean you go to Shador and say, who do you like? But yeah, every coach that you talk to, if Shador is the next best alternative, you have to go and say, listen, we're not going to trade up for Mendoza. We're not going to trade up for more. We don't have the assets to do that and fix the rest of our roster. How do you win with Shador?
Yeah, like if I was doing the interview and I was like trying to just basically placate the boss, all the answers would go back to Shador's the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. Because I think Andrew Berry, I think he cares a great deal about that being the reality. And so, yeah, you want to sell it. Now, again, the head coach, now we have so many questions we just don't have answered right now. It's incredible the amount of questions we just don't have answered right now. But like the head coach, if you're coming into the situation, are you taking a job where Shador's the quarterback in 2026 with the idea that you would either take a quarterback in 2027 or you have to fix Shador or make Shador have that next level rise? Or would you say, I just want my quarterback, I want my Dante Moore, I want my Fernando Mendoza, let's do that?
More unanswered questions from the Browns, including, what are they waiting on? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
with a hand injury. Tip-off for Cavs and Hornets is at 7 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nathan Segura coming up in just about 40 minutes here. We'll get his take on Shador's play yesterday. We'll also get his take on the latest Browns loss and kind of the reasoning for the game plan yesterday and the many things we've talked about. But multiple reports over the weekend, not just that it looks like Andrew Berry's going to be safe, but that the Browns haven't made a decision on Kevin Stefanski yet. Mary Kay Cabot was on with JP and Coach Lance Reisland yesterday before the Bills loss and commented on the idea that Berry's safe and maybe the Browns are unsure about Stefanski.
I believe Andrew is safe. I've been saying that over and over and over again because I really don't think that you can pack up your NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year and ship him off to the NFL honors program and basically say, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to fire our general manager who just drafted probably the best rookie class in I don't even know when. I mean, this is an incredible rookie class. So I've been saying for a long time that he's safe. That does not surprise me at all. And then as far as Kevin is concerned, once again, I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't think anybody really knows for sure yet.
So that being said, I think it makes sense that the Browns would be presenting this as they're unsure about Stefanski.
Yeah, I mean, think about how bad that would be if they were presenting it, or at least letting back channels know, like, yeah, Stefanski's definitely gone.
Yeah,
because then what motivation does Stefanski have to even do anything?
Yeah, well, and it would completely it would make the final 3 games harder. It's already hard enough when you're losing to this level to evaluate on. There is some guesswork here when you're not sure who's playing hard, who's here, who's invested, who's not invested. That just naturally happens when you're 3-12. It gets harder when the head coach is completely undermined.
Well, and this is why, if you're Stefanski, this is why I say it's smart for him to do all the stuff behind the scenes that he's done with his agent, because really you end up with you're the Goodfellas scene where you just get taken out by surprise. You're not supposed to really see this coming, right? Because if you really, almost in a way, you're lulled into like this false sense of confidence that you're going to be safe for next year and you're going to be back because it's the only way that these organizations can do it. Because the slightest hint of you actually being gone, you do exactly what we've seen him do with his agent and line everything up and then get everything set and then you're off somewhere else.
Yeah, I think the tough thing here is when your agent is Jimmy Sexton, right? Which I believe is Kevin's representation. A little tough because a lot of guys repped by Jimmy Sexton, and if Kevin's agent rightfully is out there saying, "Hey, prime candidate, other jobs if it out, wants to be here, but prime candidate." Well, if his team is doing that work, the Browns should also be doing their due diligence so that and I think this is one of the best things Ross said. The idea of back channels, however you do it. You've got to know what your big board looks like for coaches before you make that final decision.
All right, so what does the big board look like right now? Because as Ross was talking, all I kept thinking about is it goes a couple ways. I have one name that I think is I don't know. It just seems like it's going to always end this way. Wait, do you have anyone on your board?
If it's Cliff Kingsbury,
it's not. I
do get to drop kick you.
It's not. Could you drop kick me?
You give me a ladder. You give me a ladder and like a landing pad because it's going to be a hard thud.
How big of a ladder? What are we talking about here?
About 4-footer. But it's got to be structurally sound.
I was going to say, I didn't want to ask an offensive question.
Yeah.
But
reinforced.
Do you go on ladders?
Yeah, I was just on the 6-foot ladder over the weekend.
I bought one not too far away, and it was the max limit was 250 pounds. Thought to myself, I'm getting close to that ladder. I gotta go a little bit more higher now.
You know they make them up to like 3 or 350. I do not own one of those. I own a max 200, 250.
And you just use it?
And we're just playing with fire.
You're just out here chancing it every time you get up on that ladder. Well, they have to say 250, right? 250 really means it's got to mean like 3, right? 350. It's got to mean
far.
It's got to be.
And it's like a 15-year-old ladder too.
What if it just snapped?
Well.
I wouldn't do ladders if I were you. I wouldn't do ladders if I were you.
Yeah, I mean, gravity's not already my friend, and then you add to it. So here's the thing. on solid ground, there's no wiggle beneath my feet. Like, you can feel if something is about to break, right? But we was on carpet because they had to rehang the star because it had fallen over.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
You did it all for the star on the top of the tree?
I was asked to do it, and I'm the man of my house. I'll do that for my wife.
No, that star gets one chance. And by the way, I'm sending somebody else up on that ladder.
I did at Friendsgiving. It was my buddy Jeremy. It was about $1.60.
There we go. Yeah.
But
hey, Jeremy, you come on over.
He didn't do a good enough job hanging the star. Big fella had to go hang his own star. Now,
so it's not Cliff Kingsbury is the name. Do you have anyone? What is your name?
I don't think it's that kind of search. I don't like.
You don't think they have a big board with names?
No, they should. But what I mean is, like, the guys that I want are probably not going to be commensurate with their guys. Like, I think Clint Kubiak will be atop their list. He was in the building interviewing for the OC job a year ago. Wouldn't surprise me if Cliff Kingsbury was an interview candidate. Like, I think those are the guys that they're going to be, to me, it's like, I want a guy that's a leader. I want a guy that can attract other coaches that are going to want to be with him. I don't care if he's an X's and O guy, like a guy like Thomas Brown out of New England, Adam Stenovich, the Green Bay O-line coach / OC. Like, that's more where honestly, David Shaw, even though it's not a great year for the Lions, I like David Shaw as a head coach. Like, leader of men. That's the thing I'm trying to find.
The name that keeps coming back to me is Robert Saleh.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
I feel like there's just such a world that exists where the Browns hire Robert Saleh, and we're all met with some sort of... And the sad part about this is the reaction is going to be, well, we don't know what he could actually be because the Jets stink at this.
Yeah.
And the ownership for the Jets...
the Browns...
Exactly, you got it. Nail it. Boom. Right on the money. And then, so there will be that little bit of, it's just a poor understanding by the Browns in that moment. But again, it's like, I don't know why that name keeps coming back to me, but who's in charge of this big board? You know what I mean? Like, if they're doing their due diligence and they're getting this done properly, because the maneuvering that you have to do is you have to make sure that Stefanski isn't aware of this. He doesn't know any of this is happening. And you also then have to be able to have the leniency to, if you have not made up this decision, to then hit the eject button because your big board stinks.
But isn't this also where leadership matters? Like, if Jimmy and Andrew went Jimmy Haslam and Andrew went to Jimmy Sexton and said, listen, we're not going to go behind your back. We're doing due diligence out there as part of the greater decision. It doesn't mean Kevin's fired, but we're certainly evaluating that position, but you're not going to hear it through the trades. You're going to hear it because we're telling you, hey, this is something we're evaluating. And just being honest about it.
I mean, that's courteous. I have a feeling why Andrew Berry is safe in all these scenarios is because...
he knows where the bodies are buried.
Well, he knows what the big board is. Because he's helping create the big board.
Well, yeah, I think
so how do you know he's safe? He's creating the big board.
I think there is some merit to that. Like, Andrew knows a lot of people in the NFL. He grew up in the Indy organization, obviously spent time in Philadelphia as well. Like, the professional side of Andrew, I think, would be an asset in a coaching search, even if I don't know that I really want him or Jimmy Haslam making the hire. Does that make sense?
It makes 100% sense. And that's why a lot of fans are upset about this news, is because you're looking at it like, I don't trust Jimmy. I don't trust Andrew Berry. Where does that leave us? And these are the ones that are going to be in charge with not only picking the next head coach, but then guiding this team through the next few years until Jimmy one day wakes up and realizes that Andrew Berry isn't it.
Can I tell you another reason I think they might be waiting?
Sure.
I think they might be waiting to see who gets fired.
Well, and so that's a good point, and it's one I agree with. You never know who's going to all of a sudden become open. Like, for instance, the chatter in Baltimore right now is fire John Harbaugh. 4 weeks ago, the chatter was fire Mike Tomlin, but you notice how we're back on fire John Harbaugh? Like there are names that are always going to pop up that you wouldn't expect, wouldn't see coming, and then by the end of the season, you get one name a year that just blows you out of the water. The problem the Browns have is, are they the good enough team to get that one name? If you believe Bill Barnwell's ranking from last week, that would suggest they're actually in a pretty decent position to nab that one guy that is a surprise and a shock.
Like, I'm trying to look here. I think Harbaugh is the obvious now, just because what a brutal loss that was for Baltimore, even without Lamar out there in the second half. I'm trying to look at the other names that might shake free.
Well, we've talked about LaFleur at one point. That one doesn't seem like it's going to shake free. We talked about Tomlin at one point. That one seems like it's not going to shake free.
What about Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles is. Oh, it's funny. I had that in quick hits at one point, like today. Of like, are they going to fire Todd Bowles? Todd Bowles does absolutely nothing for me. I need to make this as clear as the day is long.
Sounds like we got a Todd Bowles fan here.
I will go to Cliff Kingsbury's house, pack his bags, and bring him to here instead of having Todd Bowles.
I'd rather Todd Bowles and Cliff Kingsbury.
I'd rather have neither. If you're making me choose between the steaming pile of crap and the other steaming pile of crap, I'm going to take. I'll take B.
I think one's just a more steamier version. I think maybe it's got a couple nuts in it. Why is it always
steamy? I don't understand why it's always steamy. Why was that like the only piles of crap that exist in?
Because it's heated.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to
rises.
Yeah, I know, but it's cold outside right now. Like if you put a pile of crap outside, it's not going to be steamy.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would. It's hot matter hitting on cold. There's a reaction there. There's a scientific reaction there.
No, you said hot matter as if it's on fire or something. It just exists.
It's warm. It's comparatively warm.
It's comparatively warm, but it's not. Steam doesn't happen just because garbage exists on the ground in snow.
Well, no. But you put a warm substance. Like the temperature of your...
warm has to get to a certain amount of... It has to have a certain amount before it actually turns into steam. You can't just put any substance on snow and say that's going to arise with steam. You're saying any amount of substance would do this.
No.
It has to be
fecal matter.
Unbelievable.
Hot fecal matter. That's all.
Who turned it into fecal matter? I reject the premise. If a dog goes to the but if a dog goes to the bathroom outside in the snow, it doesn't elicit steam.
I literally have seen it twice this week. It's
not a constant steam.
Production.
No. There's all sorts of dog feces out there that just exists.
You're seeing it after it's cool.
It sits there and exists.
You're seeing it after it's cool.
I know, but in the hypothetical, it's always like this steaming pile of. It's all the steaming pile of garbage.
When have you owned a dog in a cold weather
It's not always steaming. At some point, it goes down.
Yes, at some point. I think you're moving the goalpost now.
No, I think you were wrong, and now you're just trying to make it seem like you're right.
I have seen steam off dog do.
If anything gets hot enough, it will elicit steam. But the point is that we always go to it being steaming pile of garbage, and it's like maybe for a couple of seconds you get some steam, but it's not like garbage isn't always steaming.
216-474-0092. Who's right on this fecal matter? It kind of worked.
It did kind of work.
It kind of worked, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of our dumber conversations.
Yeah, it was not great.
No, that was definitely, yeah.
But I don't have a problem with the Browns publicly saying they haven't made up a decision. I think no matter how many times I've fired Kevin this year, and it's gotten that's actually the real win today, is I didn't fire him based off of yesterday's game. I actually gave him credit for having the team ready to play. I think the Browns are holding this the right way. But I agree with Ross. I don't know you can truly make your decision on Kevin without knowing what you're really looking for in the next coach. And I'm not even thinking names here. I'm just thinking like the attributes.
Ross didn't completely say that, though, because Ross said it is different for quarterbacks than it is for head coaches. Because head coaches, you can just have time be enough of a reason for why you need to move on. Like, it doesn't work the same way that you need to have this guarantee this guy's unequivocally better than the coach that we're firing, because at some point, it just went rotten.
Yeah, I think that's also what bugs me, and we're going to get to that half of this report in a bit. But just the concept of better... It's not about like, oh, Kevin's a 6.5 on a 10, and this guy's a 7 or a 7. No. It's this guy fits more what your team needs going forward, and that's not something that you can prove, right? Mm-hmm. Like you don't know until you see the head coach.
Yeah, it's all a guessing game.
So I think there is like. I think if that was the Browns putting that out there, and we're going to play the sound when we come back here. If the Browns are behind the idea of, hey, the only way we're getting rid of Kevin Stefanski is if we have something better to go to, I think that's a false premise. I think that's a really dangerous position to try and make your decision from.
For sure.
Because I think there are John Harbaugh, far and away, would be an upgrade over Kevin. Fine. Most of the time, though, who knows that a guy who might not be half the X's and O guy that Kevin is might be a real leader. Maybe that's just what this team needs going into the next thing.
And then you're failing to account for the idea that this is with coaches, it doesn't work where all of a sudden you rebound and this thing gets better. And all of a sudden it's like all the problems just kind of go away and everything is just awesome. It just doesn't work that way.
Our guy Adam in Rocky River.
Yeah.
What the bleep are you guys doing right now?
We didn't even really know.
Yeah. We were just trying to figure it out.
We didn't really even know.
I'm a little hungover. It's a short week. Get off my ass, Adam in Rocky River. Kevin Stefanski. Not sure what he's doing. Andrew Berry might be back. What are the Browns waiting on? And we'll get to the concept of better with the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Nathan Zagura coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. I want to get to this piece of sound here from Tom Pelissero talking about upgrades in just a moment, but Czar in Fairview Park wants to explain science to JP. I guess we should say, Czar, does this have to do with whatever that middle part of our last conversation was?
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Jonathan.
Yes.
Tell everybody you don't understand fourth grade science without actually saying it.
Well, hold on, Czar, hold on. What part are we disputing or discussing? Because if you're going to make the case that a pile of feces stays steaming, you're going to be wrong. It doesn't stay steaming.
Oh, obviously it doesn't.
That was the whole point.
No, I never said it stayed.
Nobody put a time limit on it.
That was the
okay?
That was maybe this is why the wires got crossed. Because I was playing with the understanding that, like the idea that every pile of trash or whatever it is or pile of feces stays steaming was just not true. Because, yes, when it comes out, yes, it steams. We conceded that part of it. It's the idea that over time, it obviously doesn't stay steaming. That's why if you go outside, there's dog poop everywhere that is not steaming. That was what we were discussing.
No one put a time limit on it.
Yes, we did.
No, you put that. Just go outside. 20 degrees out, okay? 20 degrees. You and Nick are outside talking.
Yeah.
What's coming out of your mouth?
No, obviously that happens, but again, that wasn't the discussion. The discussion was whether or not it stays.
I think Czar's on top of this.
No. The discussion was whether or not it stays steaming, and my argument was, look at dog poop. Dog poop exists outside, not steaming.
It was staying steaming.
I thought you were. That's why I was like, what's going on?
JP.
Czar.
You have a successful future as a politician.
Will that stay steaming as well? Czar, we appreciate
after a certain
you, buddy.
time, it definitely doesn't, Czar. All right, so that's where we were off base. That's where our wires got crossed. I'm like, how are you trying to make the case?
Because we were both looking at each other like we were idiots.
I mean, usually when that happens, it's because somebody is missing some piece of information or something. So maybe I didn't clarify well enough if Czar thinks I was on the outside of that. But I was like, how are you even discussing this right now? And clearly that's where it was. Okay.
So we're about to upgrade this conversation.
Hey, you went back to it. I was going to let it die.
I needed Czar to have his moment in the sun. And also...
And hold on. And all right, we just let it go. Let it go.
And jam you up, yeah?
Well, yeah. But that's why I'm looking at you. That's why I'm looking at you like it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make
the same sense.
Well, if anything, it does let us clarify where the miscommunication was.
I don't think there's miscommunication.
Then you were just wrong the entire time.
I think the people are saying
no. Czar is saying it. Czar doesn't speak for everybody out there.
I think Ross. Not that Ross. Different Ross.
Different Ross.
Yeah. Said you're right. That's what he said.
To who?
It was tough for me.
You didn't clarify.
Saying
I'm not looking at the YouTube
chat. No. This was Twitter. Said you were right. Can't believe I'm responding to this, but yeah, it's you. Bingo, bango.
So we got two people on this.
Bang,
Nick
biscuit.
Nailed it.
How many people do you have on your side?
But my premise is actually right, and we both conceded that my premise is right. Is that it does not stay steaming? That's the whole impetus of the convo. You did this. You went to the phone call. You did this. You did this. I'm gonna make you sit in it. Okay.
Is it steaming?
Don't do this to me, and then let me just not clarify. You know this is how my brain works. I don't let things go.
So we played the Mary Kay Cabot stuff earlier this hour. Earlier in the show, we played the Ian Rappaport stuff about the coaching staff and who's safe and who's not. Well, Tom Pelissero doubled down also on NFL Network on no decision yet on Stefanski.
The Browns have not yet made a decision on two-time NFL Coach of the Year Kevin Stefanski's future. They know he can coach. His approach has not wavered amidst all the adversity of a transition season. But the hard reality is they're 6-25 over the past 2 years, and that is a hard sell. How Stefanski and his staff continue to bring along rookie quarterback Shador Sanders over these final 3 games will be a part of the evaluation. They spent a lot of time with Shador working on pocket movement and decision-making, and Shador really has taken strides in those areas. Bottom line, Stefanski wants to be in Cleveland. He loves his staff. They got one of the NFL's best rookie classes. They got a ton of salary cap flexibility as well as draft capital to continue the build in 2026. But if Jimmy Haslam decides to go another direction, Stefanski immediately would become a top candidate elsewhere.
On that same panel, like seconds later, Mike Garafolo added that the Browns aren't going to move off of Kevin Stefanski unless they have an upgrade. And I just continue to come back to, then you should have done it last offseason.
Yeah, when the upgrades existed, when Vrabel existed, when Ben Johnson existed, when even Liam Cohen existed, when we had more than enough adequate to then what turns out to be pretty good head coaches existing out there. We got time for these things to materialize.
But I think what might frustrate me is it just kind of feels like a cop-out. Well, we'd love to fire Kevin, but we couldn't see anybody that's an upgrade. It's like, do your job. You know, I listen, if you don't think Kevin is a problem and you think Kevin deserves year 7, don't finagle the messaging. Just out with it. If you don't think he deserves to be fired because 2-time coach of the year matters more than 6 wins in 2 seasons, then say that. Because I get the sense that from some of the glaze that is out there over Kevin Stefanski, that some of it is going to be some of the angles that the Browns try, and you don't have to. All right? If you want Kevin back, just say that. If you think that the last 2 years isn't because of him, just say that. Don't polish something that need not polished, and don't try and get one over on your fans. Just be honest about it.
And then it also puts him in an uncomfortable spot, because my first question out of the gate, if they hired somebody that had the same profile as Kevin Stefanski 6 years ago, 1-year offensive coordinator, and they say, this is our guy, first question out of the gate would be, all right, so why do you think this guy's better than Kevin Stefanski? Like you said, you wouldn't make a move unless this person was better than Stefanski and had the bona fides. What makes you think this guy is better than Stefanski? And then they either answer honestly, which would then be them dogging Stefanski in the press conference, or they answer dishonestly, which then is a kind of a shot at the new head coach they just hired.
But I think that is the path forward. Listen, the Browns have, as much as they have a winning problem, they have a relatability problem. And they always have with the Ivy League conglomerate that they've run through here. I thought they had a problem with this with Sashi Brown. You did have Hugh as kind of the, I guess you would say, more blue-collar kind of guy, the more plain-spoken guy. But the problem is Hugh then made a lot of excuses, and then I think lost trust of fans with some of his decisions. Listen, it doesn't matter when you're winning. It doesn't matter when you're consistently winning. But when you're losing to this level over multiple years, I think this proves the need to, one, be incredibly honest with your fans, no matter if you fire Kevin or not. And then if you do replace Kevin, remember, you're not just thinking about, well, none of this is going to matter when we win. Think about the downside of this as well.
Yeah, the whole thing is just rubbing me the wrong way. You don't keep somebody employed just because you are worried about what the prospects are elsewhere. Like, you just don't. It's just not a reason. If you think it's a sinking ship, then it's a sinking ship.
Yeah.
Now, all right, if we're going to try to play, we're going to play with them, at least we'll meet them halfway here. Does that mean there would be somebody in the 2027 or 2020 at the end of the 2025 season for 2026 that they have their eyes set on? Like, is there a long-term play that they're thinking, this guy's not fired yet, but we could see a scenario where if things break, he is fired?
Waiting on Tomlin to get fired eventually?
It's the only thing I can think of. Like, is that what they're guessing on? Because that seems almost as dumb as waiting for a quarterback class 2 years away.
I mean, I could see them saying, all right, there's several guys we like in this class. We're going to let them get a couple off seasons of interviewing. Like, Ben Johnson wasn't the guy until he turned down a bunch of teams over 2 or 3 years, and then had kind of gotten this little legend about himself on on making sure he's priding himself on the right deal. And then he kind of, he took his value to a different level. I think coaches that have gone through the coaching cycle multiple times, especially ones that have maybe turned down a job or two, I think there's a perceived value with those guys as opposed to, hey, it's Clint Kubiak's first run in the coaching cycle.
No doubt about it, but you're still also not in position to even get these guys. So it's like if you want to wait 2 years for the perfect candidate to materialize out of thin air, okay, great. Ben Johnson wasn't coming to you last year.
What names would classify as an upgrade over Kevin Stefanski? Like, of the guys that are currently in the job market, the Kingsburys, you like John Gruden. You love John. You into Gruden?
You don't like John. I like John Gruden
Mike
as a person.
McCarthy, that as well. All those guys. Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the New York football fan, they cannot wait to ring in a new year. The Jets have not made the playoffs since 2010. They still need to find their quarterback of the future.
You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 20 minutes time. Nick Wilson here. JP with you. A lovely holiday week here as we get you ready for the next 2 weeks. The Browns did take the L against the Bills, but again, we really haven't taken it that hard because I think it was pretty impressed with the Browns' fight in yesterday's game. To talk about Shador's performance, to talk about all the many things, the unfortunate loss of Quinshon Judkins for the rest of the season as well. We welcome on, as we have all football season long, Browns analyst Nathan Zegura on the Fan Hotline. Nathan, welcome back to the show, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Good to be with you. Happy Christmas week.
Happy Christmas week to you guys as well. So I always struggle with this. I know your little man is inside a year old. JP's got a little one that's about 3 months old. How much are you guys going out? Like how far out do you guys go for a child under one for Christmas?
Well, I always host Christmas, so the big Christmas dinner will be at our house, so that'll be easy. Christmas Eve is at her parents' house, so that'll be. Right now, we're kind of trying to talk through it. Like, do we have to try to come back and get them on bedtime? I think we can get them in a pack and play, let them sleep it out. We'll see how it works. But that's kind of, so not far. First of all, it's not far away. It's like 10 minutes away. Not far, and we're not overly ambitious because we're very lucky. He's a great sleeper, and so we want his routine. It works. Let's keep it rolling because, we don't want him up all night and then leading into Christmas. I'm like Buddy the Elf. I'm a big Christmas guy, so I'm very excited for it.
My 3-month-old is going to get basically nothing. But my 3-year-old, or almost 3-year-old, we taught her about Santa the other day and all that, and this is the year I wrap presents and everything. Last year I didn't even wrap presents. I was like, just open it up out of the box, you'll be fine. This year, I'm wrapping everything. We're doing Christmas movies. We're getting all into it.
Oh yeah, we're gonna let him he's gonna rip some things and get in there and get in the mix. So yeah, he's not gonna remember it, but we'll try to get him a little something. But yeah, I can't wait to get to the point where it's like he's all in, writing letters to Santa. It's gonna be epic.
It's we're still holding on with my 12-year-olds. We're still holding on.
Dude,
now,
good man, good for you. It's the best, and quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, Santa is real. It is real. It's all in all of our hearts. It's a beautiful thing. I'm a big Santa guy.
Darn tootin'. I thought Shador was serviceable yesterday. I really only took umbrage with the first interception off Quinshon's shoulder pad. How would you evaluate how Shador played yesterday?
His highest completion percentage. There's still things obviously he needs to work on, but I thought, that opening drive and that opening script was so good, and I thought he executed it so well. We saw him make plays with his legs, career high in rushing yards, 49 there. So there were a lot of good things. There are some things that I think still need to be cleaned up, and, the one with Quinshon, that shouldn't be an interception. That's either got to be a catch or it ends up kind of down. But yeah, he threw it, I think, a little before Quinshon was ready, but maybe Quinshon's got to get his head around a little quicker. That one was an unfortunate one. The one area that he's got to work on, he's had a lot of batted balls with this, is when he's kind of throwing short around the big defensive lineman. He kind of almost just kind of little softly pushes the ball out there. That's where you got to work on changing your arm angles, using your eyes to create little windows to kind of get those balls out. And hopefully that'll clean up, I think, over time as he's learning it. But yeah, I think we've seen at least glimpses. There were parts in this game where he was really, really good. Didn't push the ball down the field as much, but they played a lot of too high shell, and so that was good development, taking what they're giving him, got the ball out of his hand a little bit quicker in this game. So I'm encouraged again. I think that, we're getting to the point where we've seen enough kind of the high upside good that you can say, all right, if we can kind of get to a point where get him a little bit better protection, see the wide receivers, give him a whole year in it, that, I think we have an opportunity to have a real solution at that position.
How much do you feel like the pinky figure played into at least the second half, and how he then didn't really drive the football deep at all? Or is that not really a thing?
I don't know how much of a thing it was. He started off 8 for 8, went into a little bit of a lull after that, but then I thought finished really strong and made some really good throws down the stretch. So I don't think it was a huge hindrance, but tough guy. It was good to see him out there and continue to battle, and he made some plays. I mean, he finished 20 of 29, so I was pleased overall kind of with what I saw. We got to get rid of the turnovers, got to be more explosive. Defensively, it was unfortunate because I really thought offensively our plan was very good early on, and we had a chance to really get going. But they scored on their first 3 drives, and so it kind of changed the tenor of the game really quickly. And then the defense was great after that. In fact, they were phenomenal. So we didn't really get to see it kind of play out in that positive game script, but I still was very encouraged.
Nathan, from the offensive line standpoint, I don't think they had a great game. I don't think they had maybe their worst game yet. I thought there were some positives. What did you see from the offensive line, and did you see any kind of individually bright performances?
I do think that, Luke Whippler's playing really well. And I like what he's brought, to the center position. And he's a guy that, maybe you could envision next year taking over as the full-time starter. He's been very good in pass protection, so that's been good. The tackles, I thought, just unfortunately had a rough game because it's kind of we got into passing situations. They were able to rush 4, and, Joey Bosa and Greg Rousseau were able to really kind of collapse the pocket, and that made it tough on Shador. So Cam Robinson, I thought, had some struggles. There's a couple of plays that were pretty bad out there. And, KT Levison not only had the penalties, but he had some struggles as well. And so tackle, I just think, has to be a major point of emphasis upgrading for this team next year.
Yeah, oddly enough, Tevin Jenkins graded out as the highest offensive player this week. I really like a lot of Tevin Jenkins. I just don't know if I can rely on him from a health standpoint.
Yes, and I think that, that's kind of been the knock on him. Talented, second-round pick, all of that. And kind of his tenure in Chicago was marred by injury. Wasn't able to finish that game in Chicago, again, ironically enough. But, yeah, he's a talented player and a big, good lineman, and I thought he played well in that game also. The other thing that's kind of getting lost in some of, I think, our run offense and some of the struggles we're having there is, the tight ends. David Njoku is a really good blocking tight end. And Harold Fannin is a willing blocker. He's done well, and he's obviously a tremendous receiver, over 70 catches now. He has the record for the most receptions by a Browns rookie in franchise history, so congratulations to him. Scored a rushing touchdown. So he's really, really good. But Blake Whiteheart and I think Brendan Bates in particular, who's been brought into block, I think that they've really struggled in that aspect of the game. And a lot of the runs that have been blown up have been, tight end across, kind of block the backside. It just has not worked well. And so I think David Njoku's loss as a blocker has really been felt a little bit in our run game.
Nathan, I know you talked about the defense, and the first half, a lot of yards on the ground. Second half, they seemed to bottle it up a bit. What was the big change from the first half to the second half with the run defense?
Well, I think, number one, in the first half, they were just really moving us. And in particular, in our defensive tackle position, no Malik Collins. They caught us on that one drive where you had Maurice Hurst in, who had, really hadn't played football this year, played 4 snaps last week. Aiden Huntington was back off of injuries, and they went no huddle, and they kind of really got it going. They were just gashing us. And I think we made a much more of a concerted effort to stop the run after that, got a little more base, got Diabate out there. Carson had another 14 tackles. He had a great game. But, I think they just bucked up a little bit and said, we're not going to get moved off our spots. And we maintained our gap integrity and guys flowed to the football. But James Cook is a sensational runner, and they have a very good run blocking line. And I'm glad we were able to kind of rein it in there because for a while it was looking pretty ugly. James Cook was on his way to having, a 200-yard game, it felt like. And in the second half, the Browns did a good job of not letting the Bills extend drives, and the Browns did a great job on third down. Now, the first 3 drives, you didn't even get them really to third down. And so they did a good job forcing them into third downs and then getting off the field when they did.
Josh Allen said it was a point of emphasis for him to make sure that he wasn't in the record books. He just didn't want to be in the record books. That was not going to be a thing for him. And he did a relatively good job. He's not in the record books now for Myles Garrett. But is there anything that these teams are doing differently in the past couple weeks that you see to try to avoid being in the record book? Or is it a lot of the same and it's just not happening at the same rate for Myles?
So that game plan they had, they didn't want Myles in the game. And Myles was basically playing right end, rushing against their left tackle, Deion Dawkins. He was double or triple teamed on every play. He often got a chip, then got Dawkins, then got the left guard over there in the mix as well. You saw there for first 12 pass plays, I think 6 of them were immediate quick game like catch throws, and everything else was a sprint out right away from Myles. They didn't even run in Myles' direction.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even get a tackle for loss of the game. They wanted him to not be involved in this game at all. And I'll tell you what, next week I would expect a lot more of the same, because there is no way the Steelers, because we all talk about Michael Strahan's record. Well, T.J. Watt tied it. And I don't think there's any way the Steelers want this to happen on their watch. Browns didn't have a sack of Aaron Rodgers in the first game. He gets rid of it as quick as anybody. It's going to take kind of a special play where Rodgers looking it right, has to hold the football, and then just kind of gets swallowed up by Miles. So it's going to be tough, I think, this week. Of course, he can do it, but really he only had, I thought, one real pass rush where he even got a shot to get Josh Allen. He ends up getting a half a sack on that one, but that was really it. And so that was tough. That was not fun. I did not appreciate what the Bills did there. I think you're going to have to see Miles get moved around a lot more and basically say, line up over the guards, line up over the center, line up over the right tackle, left tackle, be moving every play so that you can try to get an advantageous matchup or catch them off guard and get there quick enough before Rodgers can get rid of it.
I had a different plan for how I wanted Miles to break it. I wanted him to break it against Buffalo, and then I wanted him to finish shattering it against the Steelers. Can we all admit, though, Romo, Nance, Steelers, this is kind of the perfect place for him to break this, especially
right in front of TJ Watt's
with
face.
TJ just sitting right there on the sidelines.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of it. You think about that Strahan set the record on Brett Favre, right? So there would be kind of a lot of poetic justice, and who better to make a call of that level and of that nature, obviously, than Jim Nance. So I think that would be a tremendous outcome if that's what happens, and I know everybody wants it. We all want it to happen at home. It would be awesome, and that's certainly what I think, what I'm rooting for, and that's what everybody is rooting for.
All right, I need your take on whether we can get this going. I think if Miles breaks it against the Steelers, I pitched this last week on the air. We go to Mason Rudolph, and we say...
You can't say this to Nathan.
I can't. Nathan's going to love this. I know.
He's a respected professional.
You are a respected professional. I respect you, Nathan. That's why I'm asking you
this. By the way, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'm fully nervous.
All right, this is good. You never like to tee him off on this. All right, so you go to Mason Rudolph and say, Miles gets one more chance with your helmet, or... we're going to release the audio from the field of what you said to him.
You see why I said you couldn't say this?
Which do you think Mason Rudolph would choose?
I got my head in my hands right now. I'm just shaking my head.
I feel like he would choose the helmet. That's just me.
Yeah. What did you ask Joe Hayden?
Or get Mason Rudolph to ask him.
He went out of pocket with Joe Hayden, and I interrupted the answer. So I want to make sure you really had a chance to answer that one, because I didn't want to. I tried saving you, Nathan, but there's only so much I can do here.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and deflect like that great Chappelle's show skit where he pleads the fifth. I plead the fifth.
What do you make of the Steelers right now? It's a weird spot they're in. Obviously, they ended up winning yesterday's game in a game that it wasn't even the final play. I was kind of like, what happened here? It was the play with Tesla and the offensive pass interference 2 plays prior. But they keep winning games, and they keep getting above 500, although I'm left not very impressed every week.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like they're the one team that in the AFC playoffs that everybody's going to say they have no chance to come out of the AFC. But somehow they keep finding a way. I thought they were going to lose in Detroit. They did not. It's wild. Mike Tomlin it's incredible, and they wanted to get rid of him, and the fans were chanting for. They were booing Renegade. That was like a couple of weeks ago, and this team is now completely in the driver's seat. If they win this Sunday, win either of their next 2 games, they clinch the division. It's wild. You got to tip your cap to them because they do it every year. It's certainly not pretty. Now they haven't won a playoff game. I think since 2016. I don't know that they will win a playoff game. You look at the 5, 6, 7 in the AFC, and it's loaded. But you got to tip your cap. They keep winning. It would be awesome, though, to play spoiler and delay that for 1 week for them.
It's a very sly 6-7, you old dog. Nathan, great stuff, buddy.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
You teed him off, all right? You clued him in. I wanted
I had to, yeah.
Like the first Joe Hayden thing.
Yeah, catch him by surprise.
Also, is it bad that I forgot the out-of-pocket thing that I asked Joe Hayden because I just asked so many out-of-pocket things?
It was very out-of-pocket, but I don't remember what it was either. But I do remember having to step in and be like, Joe, you're not expected to answer that.
He had a
you're not expected to answer that.
Honest response, and then you just put the kibosh on it.
What was it? It was something about his time with the Steelers versus time with the Browns, and we'll leave it at that.
Now I'm
Odyssey Rewind. Go check it out. Although we get no credit at this point, so it's a horrible tease by me.
We lead off the lead with Nathan's first answer from the interview you just heard there in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. Classic Chevy believes in treating you with integrity and transparency. No gimmicks, just great prices and a hassle-free experience. See my friend Jeremy Hamilton and his award-winning team for the vehicle you've been dreaming of, like a lease on a 2026 Chevy Equinox front-wheel drive LT, $269 per month for 36 months. Visit Classic Chevy in Menor or go online at driveclassicchevy.com. That's driveclassicchevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Lease is 10,000 miles per year. $29.95 due at signing plus tax, tag, and title. MSRP $30,760.
Remember when we were kids and you tried to make mom a necklace out of fishing line and gummy bears? Hey, it was innovative and technically edible. Sticky. It was sticky. Well, lucky for everyone, we've come a long way from gummy bears and string. Now handcrafting jewelry with gold, diamonds, and gemstones. We're the Bash Brothers at Don Bash Jewelers, where the holidays feel a little like stepping into our living room. Minus the gummy bears mostly. Whether you're looking for a sparkly gift, a custom design, or just want a warm place to browse, we've got you covered. We've been helping families find the perfect holiday piece since we were tall enough to reach the display cases, which for Donna here was last year. Wow, holiday spirit, huh? Come on down to Don Bash Jewelers, where we treat you like family the moment you walk in, and where every gift shines, even if it's not made of gummy bears. Sparkle with the family this holiday season, only at Don Bash Jewelers.
weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Could changes be coming for this Browns regime? Don't miss a minute as breaking news could happen at any moment, and you'll hear it here first.
Delay of game, offense.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan. It's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 40 minutes. There's a chance Daryl will be in studio with us. I don't want to confirm that until I actually see him here, because it would be like cherry on top. But Daryl will be with us one way or another. We'll see if he's online or if he's in person here in about 40 minutes, talking the latest with the Browns. DK Metcalf getting a 2-game suspension to finish out the regular season for taking a swipe at a fan. Am I the only person that's like, that's not enough?
Well, you wanted the playoffs involved as well.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I side with your side of this more than I side with the people that are like, oh, it's 2 games. He'll appeal it. It'll get knocked down to a game. Like, 1 game's not enough for trying to punch out a fan.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had actually connected.
That actually, so his bad aim is being credited.
It's saving him.
For why he shouldn't get a 2-game suspension or more. It doesn't matter. Well, the intent is there.
The intent's there. So here's the thing.
He followed through. He just can't aim for bleep.
I kind of think he's. I think he's an idiot. Okay, so let's put that on the front of this. All right. And so in the appeal process, is he going to go there and is he going to talk like, I was never going to hit the guy. I just wanted to have it brush up to him, and it was innocent. That's what most people would say, right? Yeah. Like, I had no intention of hitting him. They'll never be able to prove my intention, so this is what I go with. I think he's the type of person that'd be like, yeah, I want to knock him out.
It's kind of my favorite thing about him.
I didn't like him. I was trying to hit him. I didn't connect. I'm sorry, I didn't hit him.
After when he was asked about it after the game, when he was like, no, I've known that guy for a while. I've been thinking about this. And I was like,
yeah, going back to the Seattle days. He's like, this guy's been taunting me for years.
That's not smart.
No.
Also, I think he could get sued on this because he had made some inferences about what this guy said. The guy who took a swing at Big Lions fan has gone on the record and through his attorney has said that he's like, I want clarification that I've never said anything that was racial or anything else. Like, kind of can get sued for this kind of thing if DK is going to claim anything else.
Now, oh man, we once debated how much money it would take to have Mike Tyson punch me in the jaw.
Yeah.
And I settled on a way lower number than I think you were comfortable with.
Yeah, $1 million.
If DK Metcalf had connected, the guy suing him probably would have gotten somewhere in the range. I don't even know what that looks like. A lot of money though. Yeah. Definitely worth it. I'd take a punch from DK Metcalf for $1 million. Not even a question.
Yeah,
not even a question. And
I don't know.
You could put me in the hospital that Jake Paul was living in this last weekend for that punch that he took, okay, fine. For $1 million, I'll have my jaw look like it lives in Oklahoma for $1 million. Who are we kidding?
I love the flex is, who's really the idiot here? Look at how much money Jake Paul made this weekend. It's like a lot of dudes made that kind of money this weekend and didn't have their jaw broken.
Not that many dudes. That was a lot of money he made. Did he make like $90 million?
Yeah, good for him.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos fights with his brain, buddy boy.
Yeah, Paul doesn't have that.
Not anymore.
Paul never had that.
Not sure he had it.
He never had that Bezos brain.
But now the brain cells are just not there.
They never were there to begin with.
Oh, no, but everybody has some amount of brain cells. He has destroyed more than half of his.
By drinking Prime.
Another thing he just made like $1 billion off of. Like, I must be doing something right. If the game is how much money can I make in life, he's not doing bad at that game.
I'd rather just not be a D-bag. Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined us last segment.
Also not out of his control.
We're not that kind of D-bag. I'm a D-bag. He broke down Shador Sanders' performance against the Bills.
His highest completion percentage. There's still things obviously he needs to work on, but I thought, that opening drive and that opening script was so good, and I thought he executed it so well. We saw him make plays with his legs, career high in rushing yards, 49 there. So there are some things that I think still need to be cleaned up. The one one area that he's got to work on, and he's had a lot of batted balls with this, is when he's kind of throwing short around the big defensive lineman. He kind of almost just kind of little softly pushes the ball out there. That's where you got to work on changing your arm angles, using your eyes to create little windows to kind of get those balls out, and hopefully that'll clean up, I think, over time as he's learning it. But yeah, I think we've seen at least glimpses. There were parts in this game where he was really, really good. Didn't push the ball down the field as much, but they played a lot of too high shell, and so that was good development, taking what they're giving him, got the ball out of his hand a little bit quicker in this game. So I'm encouraged again. I think that, we're getting to the point where we've seen enough kind of the high upside good that you can say, all right, if we can kind of get to a point where get him a little bit better protection, see the wide receivers, give him a whole year in it, that, I think we have an opportunity to have a real solution at that position.
I liked how positive Nathan was on it. I feel like I think everyone gets the bit at this point, and maybe not the people that still love EPA as if it's the only thing that matters in life, but most people get and understand what's happening here. He is dealing with a lot of things that are just, it's almost insurmountable. And so the idea that you can be competitive in these games and you can look the part in these games is the win for Shador.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, people continue to say, whether it's EPA or look at how many interceptions he's thrown or this, that, and the other, it's like, guys, the stakes are pretty low with Dylan Gabriel, right? Mm-hmm. Stakes are pretty low with Shador. It's not a good team. And since Shador's taken over, we've seen Wyatt Teller go out for most of this run. Ethan Posick done for the season. His tackles are Cam Robinson and KT Leviston. Jack Conklin also done. Like, it's gotten even worse around him. And so the idea that I thought he was serviceable yesterday and had you in a position to win late in the game, like, guys, if you're taking your entire judgment on Shador, we had 2 opportunities to win the game but didn't, I think you're missing the damn point with this kid. He's holding his own, which in this context is an incredible win.
Yeah, and where I stand on it right now is pretty simple. If you like Mendoza and more, I'm not going to kill you if that's what you end up doing and that's who you end up taking. But if you're going to tell me that it's Tua over Shador next year, then I'm going to have an issue with the whole ordeal. And I'm just going to say, we can cross that bridge if we get there. Basically, anybody not named Mendoza or more, and it's got to be Shador, in my opinion. That's it. He's got to be the answer for 2026. Shador didn't like the following question from the media yesterday about the team's decision to go for it on 4th and 2 late in the game.
Right decision. Go for it on 4th and 2.
I know you can't be asking me that question, man. Come on, man. We can't see that's like the thing. Like, if we want to change the narrative, change the franchise, if we want to like help, we got to speak life. You can't. Those type of things is like separate us. Like, a lot of the players like get these type of questions, and then we want to be working with y'all. We want to be proactive, but like when you ask questions or when questions are asked to us players and it's like you pinning stuff against each other, it's like, come on now. It's like a thing in the locker room. Like, we're not gonna be able to talk to them for real. We're not gonna be able to give them what they need, like, because that separates the team. That don't help anything. It don't help anything in any situation, no matter how you answer it.
Every quarterback in the NFL gets asked the same question, and it's not the media's job to help foster team community. It's and chemistry. Mm-hmm. It's the media's job to do their job, which has nothing to do with the Cleveland Browns. All this being said, I didn't really have a problem with Shador's answer anyways. Like, I think it's a window into how that organization is trying to keep these guys involved by being like in the media the bad guy here. Yeah, and they're going to it. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy did it. We're seeing it more and more. The advice I would offer up to Shador on this and this topic in particular is, because he had this happen a couple weeks ago too, where he thought people were trapping him into trying to make some comment about Stefanski. And I get it. People will take anything that you say about Stefanski and they'll twist it in a way that you don't trust. So I understand that, but I would just say they're not going away, the questions, and this isn't a great answer for them on a consistent basis. You're going to have to come up with a better football answer than what this is. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us today at 3:40. He talked about how the Browns should plan ahead if they decide to fire Kevin Stefanski.
If you're going to move on from Stefanski, I would want to have a pretty good idea of who the 3 guys are that you really, really want, that you think are better than Stefanski, and through the pipeline, talking to their agents, feel very confident you can get them. Because I see this happen so often now. Penn State, might have gotten super fortunate to be able to get Matt Campbell late when they did, but it's pretty clear he wasn't even top 5, maybe even top 10 on their list, and that they were fortunate. What you don't want to do is get rid of a coach like Stefanski, and then, you're striking out, and you get a guy 7th or 8th. There's a lot involved in that. Well, first of all, is Andrew still the GM? Because that's part of it. And then you have to say, well, who's quarterback? And that conversation goes both ways. Do the Browns, do they want to hear the head coach candidate say, I think Shador's the guy and I can make him play really well? Or do they want the guy to come in and say, look, he is not the guy?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Do they want the candidate to come in there and speak glowingly on Shador, a guy that Andrew Berry seems like he's really invested in? Or do they want him to talk about, hey, we could do awesome things if you just take Fernando Mendoza right now?
I'm more interested in the middle ground. Like, hey, would you rather have Kirk Cousins starting or Shador Sanders? Hey, would you rather Kyler Murray or Shador Sanders? Because if the answer is anything but Shador in that scenario, I think you're spot on. It's very logical that somebody might want Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore ahead of Shador, given where the talent level is thought to be with these guys. I'm still not there. I'm making a decision one way or the other. I want flexibility going to the offseason. But if a coach comes into a meeting and says, listen, I think we can win next year. We're not going to draft a quarterback. I want a wide receiver, then a left tackle. Then I'm going to find a guard in the middle rounds. We're going to sign a guard, another tackle. Mm-hmm. This is going to be our offseason. Cool. And I want Tua Tagovailoa to be my quarterback. Cool. Tell me you don't know football, bro, without telling me you don't know football.
Tell me I just don't want to hire you now.
Yeah.
You failed the interview.
Well, and I think it's funny.
But we also don't want them to be somebody that is completely in line with Andrew Berry's thoughts process either, because that's the scary. They always talk about this with interviews at like Fortune 500 companies. One of the scary side effects of the current, just how life exists now, is you hire people that think like you, that look like you, that act like you. And the problem with that is that you're not then lending in any open ideas. You're not lending in. All you're doing is hiring a bobblehead. And the worry I would have is that Andrew Berry would in fact hire, and Jimmy Haslam would in fact hire this bobblehead of a person that is just giving them everything they want. I don't really want that either.
Fair. But I think there's this perception out there that many people in the media have fostered of no one's going to want this job because of Shador. I think there are plenty of people who would look at Shador being a positive, and just as many as that they're going to be the negative.
I think what I would want to hear from somebody is I'd want them to say why all the reasons you think you can get Shador to be the greatest quarterback we've ever seen, and then actually be able to all right, great, that sounds awesome, and then, hey, if we went with Moore and Mendoza, what could you do with these guys too, and also hit that out of the park? All right, Quinshon Judkins suffered a dislocated ankle, fractured fibula yesterday. Kevin Stefanski gave an update on the rookie running back today.
He'll get surgery this week up here. Expect him to make full recovery. And like we talked about last night, knowing the kid, he'll bounce back better than ever. So disappointed for him, but he's in good hands and he will bounce back.
I think what's interesting is I would love to know the probability that he's going to be back to being who they need him to be, because if you're the Browns and you enter this offseason with any doubt that Quinshon can be every bit of what he was this year because of this injury, all of a sudden running back becomes like a top 5 priority with how you're going to try and build this team going forward.
Coach Riz he's been the canary in the coal mine on this for like 2 or 3 weeks, talking about the idea that how Quinshon plays leads to injuries. Like that type of running back with how he plays leads to injuries, and then he had this gruesome injury. And so, I mean, we've seen a lot of running backs have injuries and bounce back. Nick Chubb famously in Georgia had that injury, and then you saw him put on a great career. Like this isn't the end game for him, but also it was just devastating.
What do you think of the people blaming the injury on Shador?
Yeah, that was also stupid. How is that Shador's fault? I saw that out there. I saw that same thing you saw. How is
it's
that
all
on
over
Shador?
the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat, buddy.
Right now?
Yeah.
They're blaming Shador?
Cornlito's way.
Cornlito, what are you doing, man? It's always Cornlito.
Yeah.
Why is it always Cornlito? Is Cornlito just the troublemaker?
Are you
of
saying
that chat?
Cornlito?
I don't really know if it's Cornlito or Cornito. I don't really know.
It's Coinlito.
What are you laughing at me like I'm supposed to know this guy's nickname on YouTube?
We literally said it last week. We talked about Cornlito, Cornlito's way.
Yeah, I'm going to remember a YouTube commenter's name from last week that we talked about, but he always gets brought up. And I guess I never knew if you were saying corn or coin yourself. And also, I never really took the time to care or learn. That's also the other side of this.
I'll tell you this, Cornlito would have better takes.
Or Cornlito?
Coinlito. But
Coinlito right now is being a big cornball. I'll tell you that much. He's being a Cornlito. Coinlito? That wasn't even worthy of that.
I think it was a sarcastic.
Obviously, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't even worthy of that. It was that bad. You're just a ridiculous human today.
Why, you mad at me because you said Cornlito?
You know, hungover Nick is not my favorite. We're just going to put that out there.
You threw your papers at me.
Hungover Nick, not my favorite human.
I didn't say Coinlito.
Uh-huh.
I said Coinlito, not Cornlito.
Oh, I got a YouTuber commenter's name wrong. Oh, I'm so sorry. Who cares? Grow up.
You are spinning your wheels.
Who cares?
Good God.
Coinlito. Suck it, Coinlito. Why did I care about a YouTube commenter's name?
Oh, he's going after you right now.
Yeah, come after me. Come after me, Cornlito. See what happens. Keyboard warrior.
He's not. I just wanted to see if I could just say
he's
more
not.
stuff.
Well, I have no idea.
Right.
I don't even think this guy exists at this point. I think you just made him up.
That's a real thing.
I don't know that it is.
Myles Garrett and almost breaking the record in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
does look good. Let me have a taste.
Mm-mm. Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder joining us in studio in about 15 minutes here. We'll talk the Browns' latest loss. I think at this point, beat reporters should just start telling us who actually will be playing for the Cavs on any given night. Like, even G-Leaguers are out. Chris Livingston is out. Evan Mobley out. We knew that one. Larry Nance, another calf. Luke Travers, Max Strus.
Another calf? He's added calves?
Well, no, I was going to say another calf injury.
Yeah, I know.
I do like when people are like, what's going on with all these calf injuries? I'm like, it almost is like they're playing a high-impact sport where there's a lot of jumping real high in the air.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe Steve Kerr is right, but it's not going to happen because of money. You watching tonight?
No. Not doing it. I'm going to watch Monday Night Football.
You're going on protest or what?
Yeah, no, I'm just...
They haven't earned your attention?
No, I'm not going to sully my Christmas spirit with Cavs basketball right now.
Are you going to sully your Christmas spirit on Christmas Day when Donovan Mitchell takes on Stitch?
I don't know that I can.
That's how they're phrasing this with Jalen Brunson. They're putting him in the Mickey Mouse ears, and then Brunson is with the Stitch ears, and it's really awkward programming by Disney.
No,
you don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
No,
I can tell you don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, God, not the Disney kids. That version.
No, but it's not. I don't think they're actually doing that version of it. But in all the promos of it, it's got Donovan Mitchell in these Mickey Mouse ears, and then Jalen Brunson is wearing Stitch ears for some reason, and it's really incredibly awkward.
Well, no, I'm definitely out on it. But no, I mean the Cavs have finally got me to a point where I'm just so annoyed. I'll tune in periodically. I'm not going to be watching every second like I have pretty much all year.
I thought Friday night when the booze started raining down, there was a lot of intrigue attached to that game for myself because the fan base was turning in such a way that I can't look away when that happens.
Chris Fedor saying Dan Gilbert not happy with where the Cavs are. If you're Kobe, you're just clenching right now. You are just clenching.
Or how about if you're JB Bickerstaff? What's your reaction? Smiles as wide as you can possibly get.
By the way, I don't care about. I know Cavs fans do. I don't care about JB Bickerstaff. I don't. Oh, it's the 1 seed in Detroit. No one said he couldn't coach. I just don't think he was the right coach for this team anymore.
And I think ultimately that will be proven right. But if you're JB, you have to be seen a little bit.
Yeah, but that's. I'm not going to take a shot.
He's petty enough. He's petty enough, and I don't. But I would think the same. I would probably think the same way. But he's definitely petty enough.
I really liked Nathan Zagura's analysis of what happened with Myles Garrett yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it was apparent the Bills would let the Browns win before the Bills would let Myles Garrett break the sack record.
So Josh Allen in the postgame made this whole commentary about basically his number one goal this week. It sounded like it was even beyond winning the game, was to make sure that Myles Garrett, that he wasn't in the record books and on every videotape when you show the sack record being broken. He was very aware in an interesting way that he didn't want that to be him. And he smiled about it after the game as if like goal accomplished, more so than anything. We got that done. I would imagine Aaron Rodgers is going to have the same line of thinking, but I do think it highlights how incredibly tough this is. And if it's Aaron Rodgers and then it's Joe Burrow in week 18, none of these quarterbacks want to be in the record books this way.
Yeah, what's weird is I understand it when it's like the home run record in baseball because you're serving up a meatball. You taking a sack in the NFL
so for some people,
is like 25%. You're responsible for about 25% of that.
Mark McGwire hit 62 against Steve Strachel. And the only reason why anyone remembers his name, number 46, is because of that. Like for some of these guys, that's a something, you know?
Well, okay, I also remember Steve Trachsel saying for like a week before, like, he's not getting it off me, and they got it off him.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure it happened. But like the whole point is that if you're Josh Allen, if you're Aaron Rodgers, if you're Joe Burrow, you're not just a journeyman starting pitcher in baseball. You're not just this nothing burger. We talked about Tyler Huntley being the guy that ended up getting 22.5 for when TJ Watt ended up tying the record. Like those type of guys, sure. These are all-timers. These are legendary quarterbacks. They don't want this to be they would rather ruin a play than be the quarterback that goes down.
I think it's LDE. I think it is.
You think it's what?
You know exactly what I mean. It's
what
LDE.
was that?
We'll tell you off air.
Oh, LDE.
Yeah. It's right up there with
I thought it was a light fixture for a second.
Cornlito.
I love the chat. Anytime Coinlito says something bad, just drop a bunch of corns.
Yeah.
Corn emojis everywhere.
A couple people did it in the break.
Did they? That's great.
But no, I think it's chicken bleep. I think if you're thinking that much about getting the historical sack, guys, Brett Favre is the last guy to have quote unquote broke the record. This isn't the same thing as pitching.
No, but I think we saw that, and I think we saw that play replayed so many times. This is where I think it lives in these players' brains now.
But it's not in the only way that
they obviously care about it.
Yeah, but no, they shouldn't. Though.
Josh Allen, that's the only thing that I heard of note him talking about in the postgame.
The only reason why it's still a thing with Favre is because Favre laid down. Favre basically gave him the sack record. I don't think Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or any of these other guys would do that.
I know.
I get what's crazy.
I get it, but when Myles Garrett goes to Canton, the final clip, the premier clip that they play will be him breaking the sack record. Or if it's not the first clip, it's the last clip. It's one of the preeminent clips in that stretch on ESPN and all the big networks. These are, and Josh Allen, I'm telling you, it stood out to me. It was he was very... You could tell, and Nathan spoke to this and how they attacked that game plan in getting after Myles. Now I think Nathan's right. Here's what has to happen, though. He became a little bit too predictable in being on the one side of the ball. Mm-hmm. I think he's just got to go back to what Myles always does, which is just lining up all over the place, so you can't predict where he's at in any given moment, and then ultimately he's just going to get it that way.
I think you're right. I cannot imagine being 6'5", 250 pounds, one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL, married to Haley Steinfeld, with a child on the way, future financially set on every level. You'll never have to work again if you don't want to after this next contract here with Buffalo. And you're like, oh, I don't want to be in that Myles Garrett sack video. I'm about to go Shelby Harris. I'm about to call him a hoe.
I get you and Josh Allen don't think the same. I get it, but clearly it mattered to Josh Allen. And I would bet it matters to Aaron Rodgers, who's always cared about how he's perceived.
Yeah.
While acting like he doesn't.
Yeah, you're a Hall of Fame quarterback. Don't be I'm not going to say it, but you know exactly what I'm thinking.
I thought you already said it. You went to Shelby Harris.
I'm not
what more could you possibly say in this moment?
I'm not saying the H word. I'm just saying you're acting like an H. That's all. Oh, that was the one.
I was thinking honest friend.
Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1.
tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability, as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
1 hour to go here on a Browns, leave that word out, Monday. It was not really misery. It's certainly not victory. Somewhere in between. We do have the preview show coming up in 1 hour's time. Little Birdie, Ken tweeted it. Little Birdie tells me Malachi Corley. That's going to be the special guest. I hope they work in and end around on him.
I was trying to figure that out. By the way, you know when Kevin's feeling it in the game, when he just keeps going back to the end around.
It worked. Hey, if it keeps working. I think he's just so surprised that he finally found an end around that works.
Yeah.
That he's just going to keep pushing that button until it doesn't work anymore. I get it.
When he goes away with it for like a couple quarters, I'm like, all right, Kevin's lost interest. And then when he goes back to it, I'm like, oh, this is when he thinks he has it.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, but live in person for this holiday week here. Daryl Ryder brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. What's up, buddy?
Hello, boys. He also likes to work in that direct snap to, well, he can't do it to Quinshon Judkins anymore, unfortunately, but he does like to sneak that in as well.
Listen, if he's in his bag and that makes him happy, we're okay.
Also really likes going for fourth and whatever distance is, it doesn't really matter on either his own 30-yard line or his own 42-yard line.
That's inaccurate because he did not go for it on 4th and 32, and I had Nick Costos come after me because I said punting was the right thing to do there from your own 1-yard line.
Did you agree with
Costos said they should have gone for it?
Yeah, should have absolutely gone for it. And I'm like, it was 4th and 32. What do you draw up there? And he's like, better percentage than punting. Well, they had 2 timeouts in their bag, and they could have, I don't know.
You lost me at getting in an argument with Nick Costos. But the 4th and 2 play, the broadcast described it as 4th and 2.5. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, it was a long 2.
It was a long 2. Did you agree with that in that moment? The way the defense, because they'd scored in the first 3 drives, and the defense had basically locked them down after that. There was think about it. If you would have punted in that moment, played for field position, you got the ball back after that anyway. Like, it might have gone differently.
Well, he did take a 13-yard sack on the play, so hindsight being 20/20, wrong call, Kev.
So I guess we'll start with Shador's performance.
Mm-hmm.
What word would you use to describe his performance yesterday?
Uneven. There were some good. I loved the way he used his feet, especially in the first half, to turn what should have been negative plays into positive plays. That was good. Okay. And then obviously the interceptions are still a problem. Now, granted, both of those were off. Deflected footballs, but the one that went off Quinshon, little touch on that, please. Just a little touch on that throw, and those are things that he's got to learn. And I told the morning boys this morning, like, I have no problem with them going with Shador for 17 games next year just to see if he can do it, and you spend your first-round picks to fill the many gaping holes that you currently have surrounding this entire offensive unit. But also at the same time, like, there's just not a lot of time here for this evaluation. Like, I mean, if he starts the next 2 games, that'll be 7.5 games that you've had to look at him. And I don't think it's fair to say that this kid's going to make it or not going to make it just based off those 7 games. But, like, he's shown me some stuff where, like, I'm intrigued. Like, I kind of want to see if he can do it. But at the same time, like, they're going to be in position. They're probably having the number 2 pick in the draft. And if you can get a quarterback there, I mean, that's awfully tempting to pass on.
Well, yeah, and that's where they're at right now, is you're trying to figure that out. And so, like, I love Shador, obviously, but...
Yeah, you're the shishill of the station. We know this.
But if it's Dante Moore...
The supporter, is that the new name?
Whichever. Doesn't matter to me. They all work. But if it's Dante Moore or Mendoza, like, if the Browns come out and say, we've scouted him, we think he's Joe Burrow, I'm not going to kill you for taking that if you have the number 2 overall. I can't kill you
also keep in mind you have a second first-round pick, so not only can you take the quarterback, you can take a player, which now it's looking like it's really going to be in the back end of the first round with how well Jacksonville's played. That one didn't go the way we thought it was going to go this year either.
Right.
And Travis Hunter isn't even playing for them right now. He's on injury reserve, but you can still get a player there in the back end of the draft. And by the way, you're back up top of the second round as well. And if you tie for the worst record, but you wind up in the number 2 slot, guess what? You get, and it's 2 teams, you get to alternate, so that means you get the first pick in the second round too. So you potentially could have 3 of the top 33 players in this draft, spend one of them on a quarterback, and then have to do my plan of still being able to support the rest of the offense with a wide receiver and an offensive lineman.
Daryl, we did hear over the weekend from many, pretty much the same darn thing. The Andrew Berry appears to be safe. Kevin Stefanski, maybe some uncertainty there, but also if he was fired, he'd be a prime candidate everywhere. What do you take on the recent messaging around the Browns' power dynamic going into the rest of the season?
Shout out league sources doing work with the insiders.
It almost makes you wonder if it's like the same guy or if it's the same message just being copy and pasted, the full Lance Reisland.
Yeah.
Coach does love that.
I don't like the fact that these two are being divided. I feel like and I'm going to be consistent. If they fire Kevin Stefanski and there is justifiable cause to do so. I as much as I like and respect Kevin, I can't sit here and defend a lot of what's gone on in the last 2 years. I just can't. While also recognizing that his general manager did very little to actually help him as a head coach. And that's why I think if you fire Kevin, you need to show Andrew the door too. He's the one that bought the groceries. He's the one that really wanted Deshaun Watson. And so ownership had a hand in pushing that across the finish line, but he's the one that brought it to him. He's the one that stacked this wide receiver room the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. He's the one that gave Jerry Jeudy the contract extension after trading for him. He's the one that didn't invest properly in the offensive line. He's the one that didn't take Tristan Wirfs, who's a perennial Pro Bowler, gave us Jed Wills, who isn't even playing football anymore. Okay? So, he has tremendous culpability in the slop that Browns fans have been forced to watch these last 2 seasons. Because this is right back to the era when they had to burn the house down to the studs, when they went all in with the gut the roster, retool everything. Now, they're not going to do that again. Obviously, they gave Myles Garrett the contract extension. Denzel Ward's under contract. Grant Delpit's under contract. They do have a decent rookie class here. I'll even go far as say a very good rookie class here. But to me, that's not enough to save this guy's job. I don't know how Andrew Berry gets off scot-free when, like I said, you look at the offense and the lack of talent on that side of the football.
Yeah.
That's not Kevin Stefanski's fault. Now, has Kevin done his best work developing that talent, coaching that talent, getting the most out of that talent? I don't believe that to be the case either. But he hasn't exactly been dealt the best hand either. It's not like he has whittled away, wasted a bunch of, prime years of offensive Pro Bowlers, too.
All right, well, tell me if you think this read is off then. The way I see it is that Jimmy Haslam likes somebody seated at the right hand of the father. Okay? He likes his own little court jester of sorts. And so I feel like DePodesta's off in baseball, and from what we understand, for the past 2 years, DePodesta hadn't really been in that role anyway. Okay, if you trust the sourcing out there, so if all that is true,
it was a gradual stepping back.
Yeah,
and Jimmy Haslam, not to cut you off, but I forget which training camp it was at the Greenbrier. It was the one where they announced the extensions for Berry and Stefanski, and DePodesta came up and Jimmy was like, well, we're just going to figure out what his role is going forward. And that was an indication that that they were going to begin the process of gradually stepping him back. And then I guess he got bored enough that he went to Colorado to run the Colorado Rockies.
Well, so it feels like Haslam has found his buddy, so to speak. He's found his right-hand guy, and that is Andrew Berry. And so if you're
I thought you were going to say it was Deion Sanders.
No, not yet.
No, this is his buddy.
We might be able to get there. Yeah, Deion's nobody's buddy that way. Deion calls the shots. Come on now. But Is that the role that Andrew Berry would be taking on? Is the idea that he gets away scot-free in all of this, but when Jimmy Haslam wants to talk football with someone at 3 a.m, guess who's answering the call? Right. It'll be Andrew Berry. When he's at a football function, guess who's right there, hanging out with him, making sure that everything is going the right way, etc. It would be Andrew Berry. Like the way I see he gets out of this scot-free, and Stefanski gets fired, and Andrew Berry exists is. He'd be taking on that role that was once occupied by Dee Podesta to basically explain everything football to me at all times and to be my partner in this. That's
Dee Podesta wasn't explaining football because Dee Podesta didn't know football.
Sure, maybe I phrased that poorly. Maybe like to be like my partner in all this is kind of the idea.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going. So here's a crazy idea. And I know this has been just like floated out there, conversation, like the promoting Andrew Berry, changing his title per se. Mm-hmm. You can call it a promotion, whatever you want to call it, right? Which again seems insane considering what has taken place these last couple of years here and how he wasted the primes of Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, and a bunch of other players that have been here. But that's neither here nor there. Let's say they promote him and then they hire a GM, hire a football. And Andrew is football. Don't misunderstand me. Like, he is football. He's just the areas that they need to improve in. He's been very bad at wide receiver, not been great.
Right.
Offensive line, not been great. Quarterback, had 13 of them in here, not been great. Okay? So, and those are the areas that they absolutely need to address this offseason. So maybe you could, if you really like Andrew Berry that much and he works that well with folks in the building, which is what I have heard about him, and you don't want to get rid of him, maybe you give him a different title, and then you bring in somebody that's going to handle your scouting department and your personnel department and all that kind of thing. Maybe you do a reconfiguration that way, Jonathan. Basically, I'm trying to meet you halfway.
Yeah, no, yeah. That makes sense, by the way.
I don't want him.
Fans wouldn't love it because it seems like a promotion, but that would line up if basically the end of this is Jimmy Haslam found a new friend in Andrew Berry and he likes him too much and he likes him being around not only the Browns but himself. That's what you would do.
Yeah, and I said it sarcastically with you guys at the morning show. I said the Browns ought to hire, instead of hiring another chief strategy officer, they should hire a chief quarterback officer. And that person's only job is quarterbacks. It is scouting them, evaluating them, and picking them and getting them in here. Like that's the only job. That's that person.
They'd still mess it up because that job is.
I understand.
NFL doesn't know how to do this anyway.
You just described the head coach.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying, like they ought to do something like that because that's the unsolved mystery that needs to be handled here. And again, when you're potentially staring down the barrel of a number 2 pick in the draft, you can't afford to mess that up again. If you do, and the other part of this too is if you do draft a quarterback with that second overall pick, and I'm making an assumption they're not going to win either of the games, that's where they pick, then you have to trade Shador Sanders because, I mean, that guy's got a film. I mean, that guy's got a film crew. Okay, we can't start press conferences until his film crew is in the room.
I wouldn't trade him. I would keep him.
100% I would because I don't need that. I don't need film crews in my building. Listen, that's not championship organization stuff, okay? I am not catering to my backup quarterback.
But you're spending.
Okay? You're already catering to a 5th-round pick who's done nothing.
You're
who's accomplished nothing.
$900,000 a year on him instead of spending $10 million a year for a serviceable backup. Like you would need somebody that is a legitimate backup to win you games, and you can beat that. Dylan Gabriel's not winning you games.
Well,
you're laughing as you said it because it's true. Like I
know that.
There's value. There's value to what Shador brings, and that's where I think that would be. It's an interesting discussion. No. Like if he's just used as a backup,
hosting the team's social media reality show.
Are you competitive in the games that he's a backup quarterback? I would argue that you would be. You were just competitive against the Patriots this last week, so there's value in that. There's a lot of value in that. And he gives you a lot of different options that way. So I wouldn't trade him this offseason.
Yeah, I think like I said, I would be okay if they run it back with him next year and give him a legitimate chance because I do, all sarcasm and joking aside about the entourage and all that kind of stuff, I do see talent in him. I do see value in him.
Yeah, I mean, what if your rookie quarterback has what Joe Burrow did his rookie season where he gets injured and then the season is just poof gone because of that? Like you need somebody that can step in and do it.
Yeah.
That's worth it to me at least.
Yeah,
I don't know. What do you think, Nick?
There's just a lot that comes with him off the field, and I don't know if I'm reminded of Jameis Winston giving the pep talks for Deshaun Watson before games. Do you really want that?
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I think he's affordable, and I think unless somebody gives you a stupid price for him, I think you keep him. Because honestly, I look at Shador, whether he's a backup or whatever, as a test of your leadership. Like I hear all the time, we've had people go, hey, some people
got to accept the role.
Well, but real quick, some people aren't going to want to come here because of Shador. Cool, go. Don't be here.
Right.
This big bad NFL football guys pound your chest. Look what a man I am, and then you can't handle a guy with a film crew.
I know.
But it's not just that. I mean, it's he says things in press conferences.
So what?
I honestly think it's the epitome of weakness that anyone would have a problem if the kid practices hard, he studies hard, he does everything he needs to be the backup or the starter, let him do that.
I will say, he is a better player today than he was 6-7 weeks ago. Now, is he a finished product? Not by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot of polishing that still needs to happen with his game. But again, I see things in him that I never even saw with Dillon Gabriel. And I realize, people are breaking out the stats and saying they're right there with Dillon. That's true.
Right. And so for $900,000, and this isn't even just being a supporter, this is me just using my head. For $900,000 a year, I'm keeping that guy, and I'm seeing it's much more valuable to me instead of paying $8 to $10 million for a backup quarterback, or even trusting Dillon Gabriel as my break glass in case of emergency to have that.
Well, the good news is
it's much more important than a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick that you get on the trade market for him.
Well, the good news is the Browns can't afford to because of the salary cap. You won't have to worry about them buying a 2nd round pick for a $16 million backup quarterback who isn't making the roster. So they got that going for them.
Okay, but you could potentially, if you got the number 2 pick and trade it down, and Deshaun's contract could be part of that.
Oh, now that's interesting.
No, it literally could.
To work the cap, they'd have some work they need to do to make that possible.
I got a whole team of them, Daryl. They can really put together.
I mean,
they got theorems and quotients and quantitative.
The amount.
Just describing Good Will Hunting now.
The good news for the Browns
they're
is
a janitor that just goes around.
Who solved this?
The good news is they only have to pay Deshaun 1 more year. The bad news is they have to pay him on the salary cap for 3 more years.
Well, but once you trade a guy, because trading's different than cutting a guy. Once you trade a guy, you can make the number say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, the thing about trading a guy is that both parties have to be agreeable to it, and so that's the hard part of making that all match. Is that, and this is where it's always fallen in line with the Deshaun convo previously, is that no party's going to ever agree to that. But if you dangle the 2nd overall pick in front of their face, now all of a sudden we're talking turkey.
And the Jets are pretty dumb and desperate.
All of a sudden we're talking turkey.
Maybe Deshaun Watson, a future first, and Deshaun Watson, the 2nd pick for Garrett Wilson, the number 5 pick. Maybe a 2027 first. Max making De Niro face. He's one of these.
He's not pleased.
Yeah.
He's not pleased with this convo.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Daryl, strong stuff, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you both. And we'll talk to you. I don't know. Whenever I talk to you next, whenever that's going to be.
Next Monday,
on air or off air?
Well, off air is probably in about 40 minutes. But
that's fair. Well, we'll talk to you then, buddy. Good stuff.
Sounds good.
We'll react to what Daryl had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. What do I drive? I drive a Chevy.
higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here, Nick and JP with you. We do have the preview show coming up at 7 o'clock, and then Monday Night Football. Get ready for it.
Oh, I'm ready.
I'm not really ready for this game. This game should be game 2 of the Phillip Rivers thing. I think if last week was a lot of fun or a lot of good motivation stuff,
it wasn't even really that much fun.
I kind of think
it really wasn't that much fun.
I think this could be an ugly one. I would expect the Niners to roll.
They're 4.5-point favorites, so Vegas doesn't seem to think as if it's like a dominating game or anything like that. But I'm interested. Fat Phillip Rivers is entertaining to me.
Fat Phil.
Yeah, you shortened it to Phil a couple weeks ago too, and I don't know.
He's not a Philip. He's not an English scholar.
He's always been Phillip Rivers.
He's not an archaeologist. He's a football player. He's Phil.
He's always been Phillip.
Yeah, publicly, but he's a Phil behind the scenes,
you
right?
Think so? Is that it?
Oh, yeah.
What makes a Phil versus a Phillip? Phil sounds very adult-esque. Phillip sounds like a child.
I mean, I would say Phillip sounds a little snooty. Phil sounds very relatable. My neighbor could be a Phil. And, I just
think like a Phillip never grew up.
Oh, I think it's the opposite. I think Phillip was a old soul as a child who chose Phillip to make himself seem, I guess, more.
No, Phillip
to
sounds
put
like
on airs.
Phillip sounds like an adult Jimmy, where it's like you could be Jim, but Jimmy sounds more like a child.
I think it's the antithetical to that. No, I think Phillip is very, very hoity.
Hoity with Phillip?
Yeah,
I don't get the same vibe.
I agree with Nick on this one.
Oh, maybe. I'm not saying I'm not wrong. I don't have all the answers, guys.
Not since Coinlito.
If he was a little pretentious.
Not since Steaming Piles.
It's pretentious?
A little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like it's almost like a sitcom device of like, oh, meet my, hey, ex-boyfriend, meet my new boyfriend. His name's Phillip.
His name isn't Cornelius.
No, I think Phillip is just off of Cornelius.
Huh.
Phil sounds more common to me.
Yeah, Phil's very
Well, Phil's definitely common. There's no denying that. It's just whether or not I thought a Phillip was just a Phil that never grew up.
No, I think it's a Phil that thinks he's better.
Philly is somebody that never grew up.
Stop talking, Mac. That's not good.
What about Philip Seymour Hoffman? Is he just snooty?
I think, yes.
Is that the idea?
That.
Is that the idea of Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Yeah. I don't think he was just playing a character in Brandt. I think there was a little bit of Brandt in him.
There's not nearly enough famous Phillips.
Not nearly famous enough Phils. That sound right? Did that come out the way I wanted? I don't think it came out the way I wanted it to.
Okay.
All this being said,
I'll watch.
All this being said, who wouldn't? Tua. The Browns are now the betting favorite to be Tua Tagovailoa's team next year. Can you hate this idea anymore?
So this is my nightmare scenario. This is doomsday for me, okay? Like the idea that not only do you then not take a quarterback at number 1 or number 2 overall because you just didn't love enough of them, but then you're not making Shador the quarterback in 2026. So you're effectively wasting next year on a guy in Tua who I just think at this point isn't very good at football and is going to be a career backup. Like we talk about like moving towards nothing. This moves towards nothing in the biggest way.
Yeah, and I think Tua's probably in the category of like Daniel Jones, in that it's like the guy had one good year in New York and then all the other time was wasted.
Well, but at least with Daniel Jones, you could be like, I don't know, get him with a new coordinator or new head coach that at least had success as a coordinator previously in Steichen, and maybe the quarterback magic, something can happen. I don't think that exists for someone like Tua.
Well, he's also started for 6 years though. So it's not like again, Daniel Jones 4 years. Like you can still kind of go, well, all right, it was 4 years. I remember one of the years he didn't play the full year. Like you can kind of be like sample size, right? Tua's got 78 games in his career that he's actually played. That's a lot of football.
Right, but the end result of Tua after 78 games, even if you thought he could play, he almost falls in the Deshaun Watson category of I think he's broke at this point because of the concussions. And that's not obviously Deshaun's similarity. Deshaun is the shoulder injury, the knee injury, all the injuries. He just can't stay healthy. Tua can't stay healthy. This is the problem with short quarterbacks, small quarterbacks. At the end of the day, like they just deteriorate faster than any of these guys. They get popped and they actually feel it. Josh Allen gets hit and he's like, I'm 6'5", 250. I'll be fine at the end of the day. Tua gets hit, he goes down. Kyler Murray gets hit, he goes down.
Yeah, I just can't make any defense of Tua because anything I would say I wouldn't really believe because I think he's booty cheeks.
It's the biggest waste of time for a season next year if it's what they end up doing.
It's basically another iteration of Kirk Cousins, yes?
Yes. Kirk Cousins accomplishes nothing. Tua accomplishes nothing. Kyler Murray accomplishes nothing. Any quarterback not named Shador for next year or Dante Moore or Fernando Mendoza because you love them accomplishes basically nothing in moving this team forward.
Yeah, I don't think people realize just how bad of a quarterback market is. And again, I was the guy saying be open about Mac Jones last time this same year. So this is not the optics are down on those guys, but if you really remove that, no. Tua's bad at football. And by the way, he's also awful in cold weather.
He's a career backup at this point.
But
backup.
Don't forget about the cold weather part of this.
Yeah, he's never won a game under 45 degrees.
Like you can't sell this in Arizona. You sure as hell can't sell it in Cleveland of all. I'd rather Malik Willis, and not just because of yesterday, but I'd rather Malik Willis than Tua Tagovailoa. Like a Malik versus Shador QB battle in this. I'd rather that.
I watched too much Malik Willis this weekend.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah.
It still puts you nowhere, though. It's not like Malik Willis is ever going to be something. Like
I disagree. I think he's physically talented.
I think he's talented. I don't think he's going to ever be anything, though. And so, like, if the debate is Shador versus Malik Willis, Shador's your answer. Like, to me, you're going to have more of a chance there with Shador than you will Malik. But that's, again, all of this needs to be put up against. Do you feel like Shador can do something versus this quarterback? And if the other side of this answer is anything but, it's because you believe someone in the top 2 picks, I think you're going to lose out that battle for me.
I can't imagine the Browns after the Deshaun thing, after the Baker stuff. I can't imagine that organization trying to sell Tua specifically to this fan base. You can get away with this in bad football towns. If Atlanta brought him in as a backup to Michael Penix and basically a failsafe, that's a bad football town. You can get away with that.
Yeah, as a backup and a failsafe. Which, by the way, I think the more likely thing is he ends up being like a backup to Mahomes and the Chiefs. Something like that seems like way more realistic.
When Malik goes elsewhere and gets a starting job.
Maybe it's Aaron Rodgers back up in Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? If Aaron Rodgers actually comes back for another season, which I think is on the table now.
What if they have Tua as Shador's backup? They just announce it. It's like a 1-year, $6 million deal. Tua's the fail-safe for Shador.
Don't we already have too many quarterbacks?
It's not great. We already have the Timu Tua version of Tua.
We already have too many quarterbacks.
Now, you want to talk about an offseason Tua and Dylan Gabriel in this roster?
Now, the other part of this that I do find interesting, if there was a trade with Tua, I think everyone's like, oh, what would that cost you? I think Tua's at the spot where the Dolphins would actually have to attach a pick in order to send him elsewhere.
Yeah, no, agreed.
And that's why it becomes an even more interesting conversation. We're out of that, by the way. We get out of that. Once we're talking about attaching picks to send Tua, that means the receiving team is taking on money. So we're out of that conversation. But for other teams, that's where it becomes really interesting.
I think we need a filth off. I think that's what I think. Basically,
what?
I think 2 teams looking to get rid of their filth, right?
I thought you were trying to make a Phillip joke again.
No.
Okay.
A fill off. Who would be the counter to Phillip Rivers?
I don't know. I don't have one.
All right. So that being said,
Phil Collins.
Oh, may he rest in decrepitness. He's not doing well these days. But no. So basically, it's Kyler Murray for Tua. You get rid of your trash. Because you're trading each quarterback for each other, you can now move some of the money around, so it's not as much of a paralytic. And you do get to get a new quarterback that's probably just as good as your old one, so you're not going to absolutely downgrade.
And both teams end up with their head coaches and GMs fired after the end of the year because it's not going to go well.
Yeah, but you did move deck chairs in the Titanic.
I do wonder if Mike McDaniel would be like, oh, yeah, this is what I'm after.
I think at this point, it'd be just to get away from Tua. Right? Anything is better
away
than Tua has to be better.
That's where they're going. Miami is going on the first class ticket away from Tua.
Tua is the betting favorite to be on the Browns next season.
2-to-1 odds, by the way. I didn't say it. 2-to-1 odds. That's not a tiny percentage.
Not great.
That's like a really strong odds that he ends up here, according to our friends in the desert.
Will this scenario gain steam? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. Couple weeks back, I told you I went into Summit Sound. I saw Roger and his team, and they got me hooked up for a remote starter. Let me tell you what a game changer this has been in my life. Whether it's just running errands, I start up the car, I get myself all ready to go. By the way, really.
Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to all of our guests today. Ross Tucker, 340. Great stuff on Shador and the path forward. Nathan Segura would not answer my Mason Rudolph idea. JP kind of hurt that one in real time, but did have great stuff on Shador's performance. The path forward, the Browns fight they showed. That was at 5. And then Daryl joining us earlier this hour at 6 o'clock. Great stuff with all of our guests today. If you missed a second of today's show, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, go there. The full 5 hours are up. Don't forget to hit like. Don't forget to hit subscribe on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
Drop those corn emojis.
Ring that bell. You and Cornlito. Could have been a great friendship.
It was never going to be a great friendship.
Well, not after you called him Cornlito and his name's Coinlito.
Anytime he makes a bad comment out there, YouTube friends, just drop that corn emoji.
There are a lot of people doing that.
Drop that corn emoji. Yeah. Let's get it going.
You into corn? Corn thing? You like corn?
I think that's part of the nickname for him, right?
Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off with Bill Belichick. He's made a hiring. Bobby Petrino is going to be North Carolina's next offensive coordinator. Now, I think most people would read this as Bill Belichick is now destined to be in North Carolina for a committed length of time when you get Bobby Petrino in there. My thinking on it was pretty simple. Is this Bill just setting something up so if he leaves North Carolina high and dry, at least he can be like, I got you, Bobby Petrino. He can take over.
I actually think I really, really, really like this one. The reason why I like it is because if Bobby takes the job and goes, I'll be your OC, but if you piece out to the NFL...
Isn't that the bet? The bet's got to be that right there if you're Bobby.
So it's really a no-lose situation if you're Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's got left in the tank. But at this point...
You mean in his motorcycle tank?
Well, that's exactly right. It is funny. I mean, has anybody not been able to escape that more? That might be the most inescapable thing that we've seen with a head coach because the graphic is just so graphic. The image is just it's so in your face.
May I provide a counterpoint?
Yeah.
Maybe Belichick's thinking strategically here.
Okay, what's that?
He gets Bobby Petrino in. Jordan Hudson likes older men. Bobby's got a motorcycle. Maybe Bill's the kind that I don't break up with you. I just kind of shuffle you off.
Move you to
Maybe Petrino's here to take Jordan for a little ride on the old bike there.
I kind of like this now.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it would be positioned as if Bobby stole Jordan from Bill.
But Bill would just be happy to have that nightmare cheerleader off his docket.
You do wonder if Petrino at bars after the incident just would go around being like, "Do you want to take a motorcycle ride?"
You got to be
and
better than that,
was like
right?
all his hookup line was.
You got to be better.
I don't think you need that
like
much
Chris
more.
Berman with your With Me leather. I don't know if you've ever heard that story, but that's a good one.
Well, Berman's just a classic drunk.
Wait, you've never heard that story?
No.
Oh, my God.
It's story time with
I can't
Nick.
remember who the reporter was, but they were in Arizona for spring training one year, and he was chatting up this beautiful woman. She was going back and forth, and he thought he had a chance with this woman. Chris Berman walks in leather getup because he's got his Harley outside, and he just looks at this woman and goes, "You're with me, leather." And this woman gets up and leaves with Chris Berman.
But you see, you don't have to be creative. If you're these type of people, you don't have to be creative. You just kind of throw anything out there.
And then they told her to go back.
So if I was Berman, I would go back, gone to my bedroom. To my bedroom is where we go now. What is that?
Well, he's directionally.
That's the yeah. That is always in the bag. Who knows? Who knows with him? He'll never hear this.
So two of my favorite stories about somebody I worked with meeting someone that they went the same way. It was my old partner. He met Chris Berman once, and he was like, What was Chris Berman like? He's like the same guy on TV. It wasn't great. And then he met Francesa.
Yeah.
And we were in the Super Bowl in Atlanta. And he was out at one of these because he was a very well-connected young man. And he meets Francesa. And, he's like, Mike, I actually have an afternoon show. I'm like, oh, that's great. And he goes, any advice? And he's like, you just got to work real hard.
Are you turning him into Quentin?
He just, no, because I don't have a Francesa.
Why did you make Francesa Quentin?
Dog. That's the only thing I got from him. So he says Mad Dog. But apparently he just gave like the most Mike Francesa thing, which is you should be Mike Francesa.
So his advice was work hard?
Well, no, it was like we work hard, do the right things, but you got to have it. I don't know if you have it. Yeah.
I actually do love that.
And,
I do love that.
But I like the idea.
Like, I'm not gonna be your Tony Robbins. But I'm gonna be frank with you. Not everybody has it. I don't know if you have it.
But
you don't have it, get out. Yeah.
I'll never forget that Mike Francesa and Chris Berman were the two guys.
Is that why that friend is now selling insurance?
He works for Orange Theory.
There it is.
But I will say.
There it is. So Francesa had the right read, is kind of what it sounds like.
Maybe if it respected his meal ticket a little bit, you know what I mean? Eh?
Are you the meal ticket?
I was. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Somebody, come on now. Somebody had to be the winner on the show. Also beat him in a couple burger bets, too.
You ate his meal ticket.
You realize you look like a toddler right now and that your insults are...
I do not care.
Yeah. No, we know. No, we've seen your career. Love you, buddy. Dog. That's really all he's got. You just sound really tired and like you're from Staten Island.
Is that why he started the solo show after your guy's show?
Dog.
He was like, Francesa gave me the courage.
I think that's why that guy went to the bosses and tried to get me fired.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's not enough respect into that meal ticket you have
No one's
over
heard
there.
from him since.
Yeah.
It's letting out there.
Does that mean you won the battle? Is that what that means? Usually in radio parlance, that's what that means.
I didn't even have to fight a battle.
You come in, it's like
they made
two
the
people.
decision for him.
Yeah, is that, well?
And he had the balls to come into my last show in Charlotte like nothing ever happened. Never forgot that one. Classy fellow.
You think he was a made man?
No.
You can't if you're doing radio in Charlotte.
Yeah.
You can't. What are you doing?
He was an unmade man.
You can't think you're a made man in that spot.
All right. Great job. Okay job out of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Jake Murrin. Good stuff out of him today on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. I have not heard from him since 2 o'clock. He is.
That's true. Where has he been?
He's been fact-checking your conversation from earlier.
He's
about the steaming pile.
He's dropping corn emojis in the YouTube chat.
He's actually dropping. Nope. Not today.
Steaming pile?
Meredith King, great stuff with her on the 2020s. It's a Monday show.
It was. We did it, and we'll do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, guys, we'll have reaction to Monday Night Football. Fill up, however the hell that guy does. The latest from the Browns. Might bring back this Tua Tagovailoa conversation just to punish some of you. You know who you are. But we've got the preview show coming up. Malachi Corley. A little end around. And Monday Night Football as well.
Are you still talking football?
Oh, hell, have some Sanka.
Have some Sanka.
Great stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow, too. Your boy took a pounding.